Alright, hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Asian Psycho, aka Toy Sniper 98. So, over the months I've been asked, rather, to react to another Gacha YouTuber's video review on FGO, a YouTuber by the name of Psyche, I think he's called. And most recently, ever since I put out my Mr. Pokey review video, or a review of his whole power creep argument stuff, I think one of the top comments over there was basically was a comment requesting me to react to his video. I think it was about Ivan. He stops by my YouTube streams every now and then. Twitch.tv/ToeSniper98, by the way. And yeah, I figure, yeah, it's been a while since Psyche put out that video. I've known about it for some time now, and from what I can tell, it seems like other FGO YouTubers have reacted to it as well. I think Miss did a react video to it. I don't know who else. But if he did one, then I'm assuming others did too. So yeah, now I guess it's my turn. This will be different from my usual YouTube videos that I try to like put in some editing into. This will be just a live react or live recording react. I'm not streaming this, rather. Just a live recording of it instead. So if you hear me stuttering and shit like that, that's because I'm not going off a script like I usually do. So yeah, it'll all be live and all that. Obviously, put in some editing where, you know, maybe I'm thinking about something, or, you know, if I just keep stammering on and on because I'm thinking about what to say. There you go. So yeah, let me pull up this video real quick. Switch overlay to this one. So here we go. Yeah, Psyche's Atrocious Gacha review, quite appropriate, on FGO. Before I start the video itself, let me just preface this by saying that my own react video will be obviously really long. I mean, this video is over an hour and a half long, over, what, basically 100 minutes, 103 minutes long. I mean, I complained about Mr. Pokey's power creep video being basically way too long. So I guess I should say the same thing here, but at least this one seems to be a standalone video, not just, you know, some stream VOD ripped from Twitch or something like that. So I'm not gonna roast this video for doing the same thing, rather. What else? I guess about Psyche himself. I don't know that much about Psyche. I know that he's not necessarily like your average conventional gacha content creator. Obviously he is, but it seems like he focuses on like gacha game reviews. He's kind of like me, actually. He's just like me, for real, in that he likes talking about like big picture stuff, kind of like how I do, rather than like focus on, you know, individual games and whatnot. Maybe he does. I haven't looked at all of his videos yet. But I mean, hey, these seem to have a lot of views, so yeah. Seems like his videos do pop off whenever he puts one up. So I'm kind of interested to hear what he has to say. I also am aware from what my Twitch chat has told me about him that he... How should I say? The gacha reviews that he makes, he usually plays them for around a month or so before giving his critique on them or making a review on them or something like that. But for this video, for FGO rather, I did take a second to listen to the first minute or so, the intro section, and I did hear him mention that he has played FGO longer than the other gachas that he's reviewed. Apparently he played for like 2 years. I don't know if he still plays. I assume he does. But yeah, he's played FGO longer than he has other gachas he's reviewed. So something to keep in mind for me, just for myself as I get into this. So yeah. And last thing before I start the video, since I am going to review, well, Psyche's review of FGO, it's kind of gotten me to think that, hey, maybe I can do the same. I can react to his other games, other reviews too. I think just recently, at the time of this recording, he just uploaded like 2 or 3 days ago a review of Girls Frontline 1, and I played that game for, what, 6 years? Ever since day one of that fucking game. So yeah, I'd like to review or react to his other gacha game reviews, at least the ones that I actually play. So, I mean, hey, I call myself the god of gacha, so I'm interested to see, like I said before, I'm interested to see what he's got to say about all the games all the gachas I play. For those of you who are finding this video from Psyche, maybe you guys don't watch my content in particular, or maybe you guys aren't familiar with me, welcome to the channel, welcome to this video at least. I'm Sniper98, but you can just call me Tuhu, and I like to call myself the god of gacha games. And I say that because I play and main a dozen different gachas. I mean, just come watch any of my streams if you doubt that. I'll just put it that way. And so, as somebody who calls himself the god of gacha, and whose very first gacha game that I picked up 7.5 years ago, over 7.5 years ago at this point, is FGO. Yeah, I'm quite interested in this video. Now that I'm actually sitting down and taking the time out to, you know, watch this video at length and see what Psyche has to say about it. Yeah, more about my FGO career. Like I said, I started playing the NA server back in 2017, like day 3, day 4. So I'm basically as OG as you can come, outside like the true day oneers or something. So yeah, and I still play to this day. I used to whale massively on FGO. Matter of fact, as far as NA FGO content creators go, I used to be, no longer, at least for now. Maybe I'll explain why later, but it's not really important for this video. But I used to be one of the biggest content creator whales for NAFGO. I've easily dumped like, what, 80 grand or something on just FGO alone? I think it's just FGO alone. That sounds about right. And yeah, if you don't believe me, just check out my channel and look up any of my... How many whales logs have I done for FGO at this point? Like, over 80 at this point? Because one of my only long-running series is me doing what I like to call the FGO Whales log, where I put up monthly videos, just basically telling my subscribers, because a lot of them come from a lot of them also play FGO too. Just let them know, oh, where's my FGO account standing right now? What am I doing? What other improvements have I made to my FGO account? All that, you know, wonderful whale stuff. So. Yeah, needless to say, to keep things short and simple, because this intro video section is already 7.5 minutes long on my end, I have quite the history with NAFGO, and I also don't think it's a stretch to say that I probably know more about this game than the vast majority of players out there, including content creators too. There are a couple exceptions, like Hanako, for example, that I think he's better at the game, better at FGO than I am, and a couple others that I won't name. But yeah, there's my introduction for you. Anyways, let me crack open a cold one here. Love my Arizona iced tea. And let's get into the video. Make sure it's at the very start here. Yeah.
I have played Fate Grand Order every day for the past 2.5 years. And I have come to the conclusion, it's not that good. I have a lot to say about this game. This volume of the Atrocious...
Let me pause the video here. You'll forgive me for pausing the video. I'm going to do that a lot, obviously, for my own React video here. Let me also preface this video by saying... Oh, there's Tomalancer on front. Let me just preface this video by saying, by giving you my own opinion of FGO. FGO is trash. Now, I say this as someone who's been playing the NA server for the past 7.5 years, basically ever since it came out. FGO is my personal favorite gacha game, mainly because I've spent the most time on it and it has my favorite characters of all time, Tomalancer being one of them. Tomakast is my absolute favorite waifu across all gacha games, and it's because I played FGO first. Yeah, I've been playing this game, like I said, for a long time, and as someone who's been playing this game for a long time, this game is absolute horseshit. Dog shit, trash, garbage, any adjective you can describe to call this game bad. It's still my favorite, like I just said. However, just keep that in mind as we go into this, because it seems like we're already off to a good start.
Gacha reviews will be much more personal to me, as I have a way longer playtime on this one than any of the previous entries I've reviewed. At the same time, FGO will also represent the largest audience of any gacha game I have covered so far, so I really want to dive into exactly what I will discuss. Before I get into the actual review, I want to preface this by saying that FGO was my second ever gacha game. one after Genshin. I started during New Year of 2022 and have been diligently logging in every...
Actually, I just want to point out, he just said that FGO is going to be the gacha that has the largest audience out of any review he's done for a gacha. Why hasn't he done a Genshin Impact review yet? Is it because he's scared of the Hoyo backlash?
every day from that point onwards.
I mean, I don't blame
I play
him.
as a low spender, but despite me playing the game for 2 years, I don't have the majority of the SSRs in my roster. In fact, I don't even have 50% of it. This is due to the game's extremely stingy rates, but I'll go over that in due time. I don't have in-depth experience with every single playstyle or team, and it's not feasible for me to ever reach that point as a low spender. I'm familiar with the Fate franchise, having watched Zero and...
Wait a minute. Hold up. The FGO nerd in me is tingling.
I don't have in-depth experience with every single playstyle or team.
Why did he pick the 20% Buster card first? Something to also keep in mind. Again, apologies for the frequent pauses. Something to also keep in mind, when I said at the beginning during my intro section that I said that I know this game more than like the vast majority of FGO content creators, like I really mean that. This is gonna sound extremely nerdy and shit, but just off this alone, I can tell that Psyche. I mean, unless the gameplay he's recording here is just for shits and giggles, like he doesn't really care to play optimally. Obviously, at this current moment in time, for this stage, obviously it doesn't matter. It's just that I see this card lineup, and I'm just like, why are you picking your 20% Buster card first? You know. I'm actually a little bit curious to know. Well, not just a little bit. I'm actually very curious to know how much Psyche knows of this game. My stance on this game, other than the fact that it's shit, is that most players do not know how to play this game properly. The vast majority of players don't know how to play this game properly. And maybe, possibly, Psyche will get into it himself in this video. So just in case he does, let me just say this. I'll keep my whole stint here very brief. Most players don't know how to play this game properly, and that's mainly because this game doesn't teach you any of its shit. It teaches you the absolute basics, and that's pretty much it. So I see this, and I'm like, ooh, like how much does he really know how to play this game? So again, another thing to keep in mind, I suppose.
And it's not feasible for me to ever reach that point as a low spender. I'm familiar with the Fate franchise, having watched Zero and Stay Night, so I know what the Holy Grail War refers to, I know about the most iconic characters, and I know what mana transfer means.
The classic.
In short, my relationship with the Fate franchise
Did he watch the anime, though?
I wouldn't consider myself a dedicated Fate fan, but I'm familiar with it. I play on the North America servers, which is actually 2 years behind the...
Let me pause. I just realized how stupid I sounded, because clearly he said he did watch 2 of the animes. But what I meant to say was, did he watch the 2016 anime, though, with the Mana Transfer Dragon? Probably not.
One. This means I won't have all the hands-on experience for the content that is yet to be released, but I will consider JP content to the best of my knowledge. If you've been playing FGO for a long time, and when you saw the length of the video, I think you have a very good idea what I'll be talking about for the next hour and a half. I want to make it very clear that any of my critiques or opinions on the game is directed to the game and its developers, not to its community and content creators.
Now you can talk shit on the community too.
There will be many longtime fans watching this video. In fact, you might be an FGO veteran or streamer reacting to this video right now.
That's me.
Well, if that's the case, you should thank me for the 2 hours of free content that I just provided. And if you're going to upload the reaction video in full without any significant edits onto YouTube, then please wait until this video reaches 3 weeks of age before uploading it. If this condition is not met, then dislike the reaction video, unsubscribe from the channel immediately, and also block the channel. Thank you.
Wait, what?
Okay, let's...
The fuck was that about?
Going to upload the reaction video in full without any significant edits onto YouTube, then please wait until this video reaches 3 weeks of age before uploading it. If this condition is not met, then dislike the reaction video, unsubscribe from the channel immediately, and also block the channel.
Okay, I don't know I don't know why the fuck Psyche went to lengths to. What is the point of this? Well, why is he telling people to fucking unsubscribe from other channels for again? Like, Am I understanding this right? Not to, I mean, I am nitpicking here. I was about to say not to nitpick. Yeah. I was about to say not to nitpick, but like, I am nitpicking here. Like, what the fuck is he talking about here? Is he saying is he telling people to unsubscribe from channels who don't like add like their own significant amount of like reactions or something? Am I getting that right? Why don't you just say why the fuck won't you just say why the fuck don't you just say something like don't re-upload my video? Because isn't that basically what it is? Unless he's trying to, unless he doesn't like it when people just like do like very cursory reacts or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Maybe I'm just not. I didn't listen to that part very well, and I don't really care to listen back to it again. Listen it back again. To be fair, but I don't know. This part is kind of weird.
Thank you.
Anyways.
Okay, let's talk about Fate. It's one of the biggest franchises in Japan, and I think Western fans don't really have a good grasp of just how huge it is. During its peak, FGO had...
Quick correction. No, Fate is also pretty big in the West. He did say he's not like he was only a lukewarm fan of Fate, so I understand where I kind of get why he wouldn't know. Fate is one of the more... It has a legacy, at least out here in the West. As far as like anime IPs go, it's certainly one of the bigger ones. It's just that you don't really hear it talked about too often nowadays out here in the West because it hasn't really had like a recent like media presence, right? Everything's all about like Jujutsu Kaisen and Chainsaw Man and whatever, Free Ren and whatever the popular anime of today is, right? The trendy animes of now. The last time Fate had a trendy anime, I would say, is probably Unlimited Blade Works. Would be my best guess. I think the last anime it had was Case Files, if you can even call that a Fate anime. Well, it is. It takes place in the Fate universe, but it's not like specifically Fate. So, yeah, it didn't have, Fate in its title, so I would assume, a lot of Western fans didn't realize that it was, oh, this is part of the Fate series, blah, blah, blah. But anyways, yeah, Fate is still big. It's just, I would say that if you're a Fate fan, then you know how big it is, even out here in the West. If you're a lukewarm fan like Psyche is, then sure, maybe you're not aware of just how big Fate is. Obviously out in Japan, but also here in the West, too. Fate isn't small. People do know what it is. Even if you're not a diehard fan of Fate, as long as you're familiar with anime or you have a general knowledge, a general understanding of anime, you'll have known of Fate, or you'll have heard of Fate at least. Anyways,
at the highest number of entries at Comiket in Japan, and it's not even close between it and second place, though VTubers and Blue Archive seem to be dominating the list these days. It was more talked about than Fortnite and PUBG, and amassed hundreds of millions of dollars in the first 3 years of runtime.
These are kind of old stats, though. The stats he's pulling up are kind of old. Keep in mind that FGO was certainly really was huge before Genshin. When Genshin came out, then FGO just kind of got pushed off to the side. I suppose I should bring up Genshin too. When Genshin first launched back in 2020, yeah, that also kind of pushed FGO off to the side, and sort of as a side effect, kind of pushed the overall Fate IP in general to the side too. But yeah, just wanted to point out that all these stats here that he's pulling up here, well, maybe with the exception of this one, because yeah, this is obviously a lot more recent. But top mobile games by revenue, and what was the other stat he brought up?
Hundreds of millions of dollars in the first 3 years of runtime. PUBG.
Yeah, that one right there. I think I have to do this to go by frame. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, this one, the most tweeted games. I remember this happening, actually. I think this happened during their anniversary back in 2018. But yes, FGO was actually more talked about than Fortnite back then. However, that's not really the case anymore. Again, these stats are 2017, 2018. Well, the 2017 one is more evidence. Well, it's more evidence to support his talk about how it made a ton of money in the first 3 years of the game. So that's fine. It's just the most tweeted games here in 2018. This is a little misleading because it's certainly not the case anymore. Definitely not with the big three Hoyo games existing.
And amass hundreds of millions of dollars in the first 3 years of runtime. Fate is an absolute cultural phenomenon in Japan. So if there was a way to get the best of the franchise right at your fingertips, you bet a game like that is gonna garner a lot of attention.
I like how he also
other
plays on
IP-based
iPad,
gacha
actually,
games,
now that I
FGO
realize.
actually expands on the lore of the series quite a lot, bringing in many new flavors to the franchise. For those that never played it, even now, FGO sits comfortably in the top 10 earners in terms of worldwide monthly revenue.
I know Psyche is using the gacha revenue charts here a little more properly than most gacha content creators do. Let me just say this: I'll even make my own video about me bitching about this topic. I don't like it when gacha content creators pull up revenue charts. Most streamers and even YouTubers. I'm not saying Psyche is doing it here. It's just this reminded me to talk about it. Most gacha CCs have no business pulling up revenue charts for gacha games. In my humble opinion, as the gacha god himself, so it's not so humble now, is it? If you want to talk about revenue charts like to any like meaningful depth, most likely you should probably have a good idea of like not only like the gacha space in general, but like you should maybe play a couple of them. Most gacha tubers or gacha streamers, either or, who pull up revenue charts like this have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. They play Hoyo games and they call themselves gacha content creators. So and they have the fucking gall, if that's the right word, to pull up a revenue chart like this and be like, oh, why is for example, since we're talking about FGO here, why is FGO doing so bad right now? Anyways, that rant aside, it's not to say that Psyche there's much of a problem with that I have with Psyche pulling this up, because he's just using for like one particular point in this video. It's just that he says that it sits pretty comfortably in the top 10. Having played FGO for the past 7 years, it's not exactly hard for them to do that. All FGO needs to do is release one popular character, and they just shoot straight back up to the top. They made much more money. I want to say anyway. They made much more money back in their early years because FGO did not have as much competition back then, right? You see the revenue charts here, and you see Genshin, you see Nikkei, you see Star Rail, you see Uma Musume. You see, actually, those are the more recent games out of the ones I see here anyway. Well, technically Arknights, but Arknights is even though it's younger than FGO, even though it's younger than FGO, it's still older than a lot of the other gacha games here too. I see PND though, Puzzles and Dragons. That's an OG. Good to see it's still at the top though. Though again, I don't play Puzzles and Dragons. I have no idea how their monetization or like their revenue trends work. But with FGO, I can tell you that these days, with how much competition it has, it doesn't. I want to say it doesn't usually hold like a top 10 spot, especially with how much they've cut down on like how fast they put out content, right? Because back in the day, FGO used to put out events like every 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks was the standard event time, and every 2 weeks we would get a new event with a new servant or new characters, perhaps even plural. These days, we're lucky if we can even get a new event every 3 weeks. Probably don't even have that anymore. Sorry for the pause there. So yeah. Again, just another thing to keep in mind. Even though Psyche is pulling up this gacha revenue chart to show that, oh yeah, FGO still does okay, right, in terms of the amount of money they make. It doesn't tell the whole picture. So again, the whole rant tangent that I had earlier about how most gacha CCs, when they pull up revenue charts, they don't really know what they're talking about.
Which means it shouldn't be unfair to assume that the game is doing a lot of things right. Okay, so my expectations are sky high now. You are one of the best, right? I chose FGO because I heard the story was...
Yeah, the whole assumption that, oh yeah, I mean, honestly, Psyche pointing that out here is honestly, a good thing, because this kind of shows you this should show viewers that, yeah, FGO is doing really well. So what's going on, right? People see FGO when Gacha tubers and Gacha CCs pull up the revenue chart, they see FGO up at the top, and you're like, oh, it's doing so well. How come I've never heard of this game? Or maybe if they have heard of it, it's like, why are they making so much money right now? Or stuff like that. They'll draw the wrong conclusions, basically, or they'll start asking weird ass questions, or maybe not weird per se. Maybe they're reasonable questions to ask, but it's like, if you play the game for long enough, you'll already know why, instead of having to ask those questions in the first place. And besides, gacha games are gacha games. Sometimes if the gacha game is popular enough, what the hell was that? Oh, I just remember I have my alerts on. I should probably turn that off for this video. Actually, my alerts are already off. I guess you'll just be hearing random ass YouTube subscription alerts then, because I don't know how to turn off right now. I'm still in the middle of recording. But anyways, where was I again? Oh yeah, right. Yeah, if you know how gacha games work, sometimes all it takes, if a gacha game is popular enough, is like one good banner, and you'll see them just skyrocket all the way up to the top. Like FGO has outsold, I want to say it's outsold FGO, not FGO, outsold itself. Yeah, right. I want to say FGO has even outsold Genshin at certain intervals. It doesn't happen very often, but it happens sometimes, I want to say. Especially during times when like Genshin has banners or not a lot of people are rolling on them, like rerun banners or something like that, and the revenue charts just happen to show Genshin when they're on like a rerun banner, and FGO just recently put out like a new servant banner that had a really popular servant on it. So again, lots of bad information that people can draw from these.
Really good. In fact, this is my one weakness when it comes to choosing new gachas to play. For whatever reason, the gacha game industry is home to some of the best storytelling imaginable. If you say your game has a good story, I will play it. I went into it with an open mind. I knew how atrociously bad the gacha rates were, but I thought if I didn't focus on that, I just try to enjoy the story instead, there shouldn't be any problems. If you ask anyone what FGO is most known for, a lot of its emphasis is on the narrative and characters, primarily the design and illustrations. So if you point at a piece of FGO artwork and say, "That looks AI generated," that is one of the most offensive things you can say to this community. In the end, enjoy the story, I sure did, but I had no clue what I was walking into. So
yeah, story is one of the things that this game is most well known for. Matter of fact, I'm exactly one of those people he's talking about. People come into my stream, well, not all the time, but people come into my stream and ask me, hey, is it worth getting into FGO right now, in current year, whenever that year is that they asked, in 2024 and 2025. I tell them no, first off. Like, don't play this game. This game's trash, like I said earlier. It's not worth your time. The one reason, however, that you would want to get into this, that you would want to play FGO, is because you want to read the story. Because FGO has the best gacha story that I've ever come across. To be fair, with how many gacha games I play, unfortunately, I just don't have the time to read all their stories. I would like to, just so that I can say that, oh yeah, FGO's story is so much better than everyone else's, right? Right now, I can only say FGO story is the best because that's the only one I've really put a lot of time into reading. I haven't really bothered reading the stories for any of my other gacha games. I know that some of the other ones are pretty good. Like, for example, Arc Knights, Blue Archive Part 1. Don't know how good Part 2 is, though. What else? Nikke also has a pretty decent story. Main story, I think it's okay. I think Nikke's story writing strength, however, is in their short stories, or in their events, rather. The Nikke writers really know how to do like short and sweet. Well, not always sweet, obviously, but like short stories for events that hit really hard. They know how to do that really well. At least just going off of the reactions that I've seen from like other streamers and YouTubers playing through Nikke event stories, for example. So yeah. But yeah, point is that FGO is definitely known for its story. I'm of the opinion that FGO has the best gacha story, and it's not even close. But yeah, he's certainly right about that one.
Since, as usual, I will start by doing a background check on the developers of the game I'm reviewing. FGO was developed by a small indie Japanese studio called Delightworks. It was later rebranded to Lasango, who was later acquired by Aniplex in 2022, who now manages both the JP and the NA servers.
Quick addendum about that, about his mention of Aniplex, if I can skip to that part. It's gonna be kind of awkward. Go frame by frame. Where's the Aniplex logo? God damn you.
Indie Japanese studio called Delightworks. It was
Lasango, yep. So originally FGO's developers did start out as Delightworks. Delightworks is actually a bigger company. They weren't like my understanding is that Delightworks wasn't just like a single studio. The FGO development team was like part of Delightworks. Like Delightworks is a bigger company than just FGO. Lasango, when Delightworks left, I don't know the full situation, admittedly, but my understanding is that when Delightworks parted ways, the FGO development team actually separated themselves from Delightworks so that Delightworks could go off and do their own shit. And the FGO development team itself rebranded into Lasango. And then the reason why I want to mention Aniplex here,
who was later acquired by Aniplex.
So I guess technically he'd be right. I'd have to look this up too, just to make sure that just to corroborate his Psyche's information here. But Aniplex was always the publisher of this game. Because so him saying that Aniplex acquired Lasango in 2022, that might give the wrong impression to viewers who think that like Aniplex became their publisher or whatever, or became involved with FGO in 2022. No, Aniplex was always involved with FGO. They've always been since the start, ever since the original JP server came out back in 2015. At least I'm pretty sure. So just to make that clear.
In 2022, who now manages both the JP and the NA servers. To my understanding, Delightworks was a relatively unknown company that was contracted to develop a Fate mobile game alongside one of the original series' primary writers, Kinoku Nas, who assisted with writing the prologue.
What did he say?
The original series' primary writers to develop a Fate mobile game alongside one of the original series' primary writers, Kinoku Nas.
I like how he's using the Genshin font for that, just to spell out Kinoku Nas's name. He's not one of the primary writers. He is the primary writer. Again, Psyche's a lukewarm Fate fan, so I understand he wouldn't know that. But just to make it clear, Kinoku Nasu, it's not his real name, by the way. It's his pen name. We also don't know what the fuck he looks like. I don't think he's ever shown himself on camera. At least that's what I've been told. A very private person. He's the main writer. All the best stories all the best chapters, rather, in FGO are written by him. He is the writer. Which is why Psyche put up the Type Moon logo. Type Moon was originally founded by Kinoku Nasu, and then the main artist for Type Moon, who goes by Takeuchi something. I know his last name. I've since forgotten his first name. The dude who draws all the mainline Fate visual novel art. He draws Saber and all the other the classic Fate characters. But it was those two who founded Type Moon. And Kinoku Nasu isn't just one of the primary writers. He is the writer, the writer. So again, just
who assisted with writing the prologue chapter of the game, and whose name also phonetically translates to mushroom eggplant. How this one company got the rights for the Fate IP,
eggplant.
I have no idea. Nas, alongside Takashi Takeuchi as the illustrator, formed the visual novel company Type Moon, with their debuting visual novel Tsukihime, released in the year 2000. Fate Stay Night was their first commercially released visual novel in 2004, with a follow-up sequel in 2005. I've never seen it myself, but it was immensely popular at the time. Fate in general has grown into a long-standing franchise with multiple forms of media. There's a lot of cool stuff you can find if you look hard enough. They got some other works under their belt as well, but there's no denying that these two are industry veterans. They have influence regarding the direction of FGO narratively, with Nas taking the lead on writing the main story chapters.
Yeah, again, Psyche's technically not wrong, but there goes another YouTube sub. Yeah, just to put even more emphasis on it, Nasu is the writer. in case I didn't make that clear enough. Obviously, not all FGO story chapters are written by him. You do have other writers who have written chapters for FGO. Infamously, the first 5 chapters of FGO, like most players regard as pretty dog shit. Because at the time, obviously, FGO was very new, and the writers didn't really put a lot of effort into actually writing the story. Because I don't know if Psyche will mention this himself here in this video, but FGO was definitely one of those mobile games that was developed because they just wanted to have a quick cash grab. A lot of things about FGO back in its early years in JP were horrendous, even by like FGO player standards. Even quote unquote veteran FGO players would be shocked to hear what OG 2015 JPFGO was like. 40 Saint Courts per multi-roll, by the way, instead of 30. You could only feed servants 5 embers maximum before they enlarge it to 20 later. Everybody's bond levels were capped at 5 instead of, 10 like it is today? Or later anyway. Technically, go all the way up to 15, obviously. But obviously, the bond 15 thing is a much more recent thing, relatively speaking. So, yeah. FGO was a very different beast back then. And part of the reason for that is because, like I said earlier, it was initially intended to be a cash grab. So that's why people didn't really... The developers and the writers didn't really try too hard, because they didn't know if the game was going to survive or not. Luckily for them, they didn't realize that, it uses the Fate IP. So of course it was going to do well. And then that's when the money started rolling, and that's when they realized, maybe we should start trying now. And they got Kinoko Nasu to start writing the first really good chapters of FGO, starting with Camelot, or Singularity number 5, 6, whatever. We call it, us players call it part 1 of Singularity, or part 1 is the Singularity, so part 1 Camelot. Because technically there's a second Camelot with Lost Belts, but that's another story entirely. Coincidentally, Nasu wrote that one too, and it's also one of the best chapters in the game. The best chapter, in my opinion.
FGO was Delightworks' first major project, and I did some digging, but they're also the authors of 2 other games. In 2020, they also released a new gacha game called Sakura Kakuma, which is based on the JRPG series Sakura Wars. Well, I'll probably cover this in more detail in a future video, but long story short, this game bombed hard.
Yeah.
Huge loss on revenue and investment. It was shut down after 6 months. Looks like the popularity of the IP couldn't carry them this time. Guess the success of FGO must have gone to their head, and the terminated game is suspiciously missing on Lysengo's website.
I don't know if I would go that far. Again, I don't know Psyche, but I would caution against jumping to conclusions like that. Like, I don't really particularly like Psyche's statement there of, looks like Delightworks let their fame get to their head or some shit like that. I'm assuming Psyche was just kind of, poking a little fun at them. Sure, I get that. But, some viewers out there will hear this and not take it as, he's just, making a little bit of fun of Delightworks. But instead, they'll take that as, like, the actual hard truth. And be like, Delightworks must be super fucking arrogant then. In a sense, they are, yes. But in the context of Sakura Wars, or their the gacha game of Sakura Wars, bombing, I don't think it was because they let the quote fame get to their head. Maybe that was part of the reason. Perhaps I don't know the full situation either. All I've heard of it, but I've never bothered digging into the what exactly happened. But I really doubt that's the only reason why, or the main reason why, at least. I'm sure there were a lot of other factors that contributed to why that Delightworks' attempt at a Sakura Wars gacha game got basically failed spectacularly. So yeah, not a huge fan of Psyche's comment there.
I know what you did, Delightworks. You can't hide from me. In 2021, they also announced an untitled new game, presumably also gacha, but the teaser site and the trailer have been taken down quietly sometime in 2022.
Heard about this one too.
The URL to the site gives an error and the video is privated. Well, since no one said that I'm not allowed to show it, and since someone in the comments conveniently archived it, here is the trailer for that untitled game. It basically shows a scene rendered in Unreal Engine 4, which is what it was advertised for. Then the screen pans to some imagery depicting some cyberbullying themes, the camera pans to some horror elements, then a cut to the teaser screen. No title, no release date. As for the site, it's no longer accessible. But I wonder if... No, it can't be that easy. So we can't see what the background was anymore, but essentially the game was detailed as a new project for Delightworks using a new engine. There really isn't much to go on except for the teaser page, which is pretty bare bones. But we can confirm the DW and Unreal Engine logo at the bottom. Who knows, maybe this project will resurface under Lasangle's authorship. Only time will tell. Overall, it's a company with few projects, but FGO's scale has expanded way beyond anyone's expectations. So, let's finally...
I kind of wonder why he even bothered pulling up Delightworks' other games. I know he pulled them up because I think his point was to like illustrate that, you know, because he said himself earlier at the beginning of the video that, you know, I like to research the developers and see what they've done before. I don't know if it was necessary to go at length into talking about their other like non-released game. Like, I don't know where he was trying to go with that. I think just saying, oh yeah, like Delightworks didn't really work on a whole lot of gacha games, but this one game that they did make in the beginning popped off really hard or something like that. I think that would have been enough. Yeah, kind of weird how he went at length talking about their unreleased gacha game, considering this is a review on FGO. So yeah, whatever. Moving on.
Talk about it. FGO JP launched in August of 2015, and the NA server July in 2017.
Another nitpick, it technically released in June. I know this because, again, I'm a day 3 player. I believe the first release, the absolute initial release date was like June 25th or something. It was like very late June. The reason why it officially launched in July, or if that's what, you know, if that's what Aniplex says on their website or whatever, like officially, is because Aniplex decided to... What do they do here? They decided to coincide the launch of FGO, or they decided to make the official launch of FGO coincide with Anime Expo, which is the largest anime convention here in North America, right in my backyard here in Los Angeles. So, yeah, that's why they did it, because Aniplex USA's headquarters is also here in LA. So Anime Expo is basically like right in their backyard too. So as like a marketing gimmick, right, they decided to peg FGO to Anime Expo as like, you know, as like a really easy way a convenient way to advertise their game every year. That's why you always see FGO have like such a big presence. They have their own booths and, you know, exhibitions and shit like that at Anime Expo every year. So technically it came out earlier than July, but that's why Anime Expo is why they officially list their release date in July.
Well, when it first launched, the game wasn't in the prettiest shape. Obviously, the game engine had 9 years to be polished at this point, so the NA side didn't experience much of the bugs. But to the uninitiated FGO...
Oh boy. Much of the bugs, you say. Again, Psyche's only played this game for what, a little over 2 years. I think he said 2.5 years. I wish I could say that. What I will say is that back when the NA server first came out, we thankfully did not have to deal with a lot of the bullshit that JPFGO did when they launched. Right, some of the stuff that I alluded to earlier about much more expensive sync quartz rolls and shitty level up systems and all that fun stuff. Thankfully, we did not have to start with. We got a couple of animation updates early at the start. We started with 30 sync quartz rolls, thank God. Yeah, a lot of the quality of life changes that JP had to get like a year or two later, we just got right away, thankfully. And on that note, the developers, both in Delightworks and Lasangle's, but more so when they rebranded as Lasangle's, they have, you know, done their best, I would assume, to give us quality of life updates early as they can, because they know that, well, at least I'm assuming that they have an idea that NA players aren't exactly happy with the fact that we're perpetually 2 years behind JP. Unfortunately, developers can't do anything about it, because this is a decision from the higher ups, from like Aniplex, I would assume, from the publishers and whatnot. So they do what they can to give us whatever they can early. So we've gotten plenty of animations early. We've gotten light cone. Sorry, I've been playing Star Rail a lot recently. We've gotten a lot of craft essences early. I mean, hey, I do call Star Rail basically FGO 2.0, so it's not that different. What else? Yeah, they've given us quite a handful of things early. There are some things that they won't give us early. They're like anything that affects actual gameplay, like servant buffs and like actual characters themselves. They're not going to give them to us early. That's never happened. Well, there was one exception. That was just a Mystic Code, though. It was a Babylonian Mystic Code back when the Babylonian anime was airing, like what, 2 years ago or something. So that's an exception. That was an update that actually affected gameplay that we got early. NA players got early, but like it's just a Mystic Code and it wasn't really that strong. So I can see why they gave us that one early. Anything that has to do with story or anything like significantly gameplay altering, no, we're not gonna get that early. But everything else, maybe. Anyways, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, bugs. No, NA's gotten their fair share of bugs. Which is very strange considering that all Aniplex has to do, because remember, this gacha game, the FGO, it's basically the same carbon copy as JP, right? We're just 2 years behind in content. I mean, that's how most gacha games are, I would assume. It's not like you have one gacha game that works one way in one region and a whole different way in another region, right? I don't think that's a thing. At least not yet. So, like, and especially because NA is 2 years behind JP, like, realistically speaking, there really shouldn't be an excuse for NA to really have any bugs per se, because like since we should be getting the same content for the most part. It's like, well, if there were any bugs, you should probably have, found them and gotten rid of them by the time it comes to NA. But no, we do get bugs occasionally. Thankfully, it's not all the time. I would say honestly, the localization is probably a bigger worry, especially for FGO, considering we put so much emphasis on the fucking story. But no, we do have some gameplay bugs for a while. Some of them were really bad. Psyche wouldn't know this because I believe they fixed it before he started playing. But there's one Mystic Code in the game called the Pluck Suit Mystic Code. It's the first one you get. The Pluck Suit 1, as we like to call it. The one you get from London. You get that and two other Mystic Codes. We used to call them the London Mystic Codes back in the day, because you got them all from that chapter. I'm pretty sure. You got it from London. Anyways. Yeah, Pluck Suit 1, its second skill, which is what was the skill's name called again? Was it Gander? Something like that. Maybe Gander's the name of the other skill. Anyways, the second skill is a stun skill. How it's supposed to work, how it works now for both, across all servers, they fixed it in NA a couple years ago, but when it first came out, it was bugged. Normally, that skill is supposed to have a 500% chance to stun. That's how it's supposed to work. Now, if you're not very familiar with that, Geo, you might hear that and be like, well, why do you need a 500%? Well, in this game, enemies, well, both your own servants, some of them anyway, and enemies sometimes have innate passive, debuff resistance stats. Normally, most characters, most entities, enemies or servants, your own servants, don't have it by default, but there are some servants who have them as passives. Usually it's called magic resistance. There are some characters I call them the goddess core characters, or the goddess core girls, because they're servants who have a passive called goddess core, and it gives them a shit ton of debuff resist. And they can have magic resist on top of that, so their magic resistance buffs stack. They add up basically. So like goddess core servants can have like up to 50 or more percent debuff resist, and so that's really painful if you have to fight against them and using servants who have like debuffs that they want to use against them. Because it's basically, it's doing a coin flip to see if your debuffs go through or not. It's a lot of the time, given your luck in FGO, they won't go through. So that's kind of an issue. That's why 500% efficacies exist in FGO. So that it's supposed to counter any like debuff resist passives or buffs that servants get from like their own skills, their active skills and whatnot. That's the intent. That was how it's supposed to be. However, for like the first like 3 or 4 years of the game, I forget how long it was in the game, for NA specifically, our Mystic Code stun was bugged. It only had 100%. And again, if you didn't know how the game works, you'd be like, oh, it's 100%, it's still fine, right? No, because now that means you cannot stun enemies that have a lot of debuff resist when you're supposed to. I think there's a clip on my channel out there somewhere, maybe not on my channel, but maybe so just floating out there somewhere on YouTube because maybe somebody clipped it from my streams or whatever and put it up on YouTube somewhere. But I specifically remember 6 years ago, 7 years ago, I was playing, I think it was the Da Vinci event. The original Da Vinci lottery back in 2018. I was explaining to my chat, this Mystic Code skill is supposed to have 500% efficacy. It's supposed to have a 500% chance of stun. I use it, the stun whiffs. That's how I know. It wasn't supposed to be like that. On JP, I believe it's always been 500%. For some reason, on NA, that Mystic Code skill, the second one, that's supposed to stun enemies, or stun one enemy guaranteed, was not a guaranteed stun. Well, obviously, it's not really guaranteed. It still loses to enemies who have debuff immunity. It'll still lose to that, obviously, because it just says you're immune, instead of like a percentage chance to resist something. But the point is that it was bugged for like years, and then they finally fucking fixed it at some point. I forget exactly when. So it's fixed now. It's good now. But yeah, no. Whatever Psyche said about like FGO being bugged or whatever, I forget what it is he said about it because I've been yapping about this topic for so long. No. NA's has had its fair share of bugs. That is the one that's like probably the single best example that I can bring up. There have been others too, like how our King Asan challenge quest was actually, that's a weird case. It was like a reverse bug. Apparently it was actually bugged on JP, so they fixed it for NA when we got it, when we got the King Asan challenge quest back during Neurofest 1? Neurofest 2 I think it was. And what us NA players like, wait, why is this King Asan challenge quest like behaving differently? Because originally in that challenge quest on JP, King Asan only ever targets the first servant on your lineup, so the one on the very left of your screen, the servant closest to him, and he'd always target them with insta kill. But on NA, when we got it, the devs fixed it by making it so that King Asan randomly, it's a random target, whoever he insta kills, or has a chance to insta kill anyway. And obviously that made that challenge quest a lot harder, because then that challenge quest was true RNG. Or it was really, and for a lot of people, that was really, really hellish to deal with. It's kind of weird case of like a reverse bug where it's like, oh, it was bugged on JP, so the devs fixed it for NA, but it just made it even harder for us. So maybe they thought, oh, NA has 2 years worth of clairvoyance, maybe it's going to be fine for them or something like that. It's still bullshit though. And there are other bugs too that I just don't have the time to get into. Otherwise, this video is gonna be like 3 hours long. I'm already expecting this video to be like 3 hours long anyway. But yeah, saying that the NA server isn't bugged or only doesn't have a lot. I mean, I guess technically he wouldn't be wrong, but the bugs that it did have are spectacularly impactful. Let's just say that much. Well, if you know anything about the game anyway. To most casuals, I suppose they wouldn't really care.
Player, you might be wondering, damn, the UI for the game kind of looks outdated.
It is.
Yes, that's exactly right. Even by 2015 standards, this didn't look too good. Pokemon Go released in the same year, and mobile game staples like Clash of Clans had already been released with more intuitive UI. There's a lot of general jank compared to other gacha games in.
And again, that goes back to my earlier statement that when they first put out FGO, it was intended to be a cash grab. And, like, things like its outdated UI and shit like that. A lot of the jank with its older characters that came out during the first year of the game, when the developers didn't really know what the fuck they were doing, and they probably didn't care that much either, other than just, make some money, just to do their job and make some money. It really shows. Yeah, I've already talked enough about it.
In terms of today's standards, but the UI will get its turn later in the video. The main thing to remember here is that the FGO project was not the most well thought out or the most well developed. It was originally created as a cash grab mobile game.
Oh, there you go.
The original launch had a risk of being shut down based on the number of bugs and optimization issues right then and there. I went
good
back
old
and took a look
original
at the maintenance
animations we
periods
had
throughout the launch in 2015, and you can see just how often the game went down. In fact, there was a running joke among the JP players at the time known as the legendary 18 minutes, where the game was available to play for a whopping third of an hour. I think Delightworks deserves a pat on the back for that one.
NA actually had its own incident like that too. It happened during Christmas 2 rerun, I want to say. I think it was Christmas 2 rerun. So whichever year that was. The Christmas rerun event where we got Jailter. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Christmas 2 rerun. But back then, when Christmas 2 rerun first came out, or when it was supposed to launch, yeah, we had I'm pretty sure our server downtime for that lasted over 24 hours. So a lot of us OG players lost our login streaks because of that. I've logged into FGO basically every day without fail for the past 7.5 years. If it were not for that, I would still have a perfect login streak. But because of that one incident, yeah, I don't have that perfect login streak anymore. So thanks, Aniplex. Not that it really matters that much, but it would be cool to say at the very least. If nothing, just to flex on new FGO players these days. But yeah, no, we've had our NA. Even the NA servers had its own incident like that.
During its
and yes, it is a running meme that when maintenance starts, that's when maintenance, or when maintenance ends, that's when it begins.
First Halloween event, there was a limited quest that only lasted for 1 hour. Everyone tried to log in, which overloaded the servers. This flimsily put together game engine will be the crux of a lot of FGO's problems down the line.
Spaghetti code.
Let's keep this in mind going forward. So since FGO often ranks in the top 10 and
this
sometimes even top
again.
5 of monthly gacha earners, it shouldn't be unreasonable to have high expectations for it, like in terms of production quality, gameplay, and update schedules. So in Flagrant Order, you play as the Master of Chaldea, a novice rookie mage that happened to be at the right place at the right time, who is also canonically heavily implied as underage, despite what the doujins depict. Chaldea is part of a research foundation for magecraft. In 2015, the institution predicted that humanity will reach extinction 2 years later. In order to find the cause of this anomaly, Chaldea has conducted ray shifts into previous eras and found several singularities corrupting humanity's timeline. Tasked with restoring the foundations
Good to go
of
down
humanity
memory lane here.
by recovering 7 singularities formed by the omnipotent Holy Grails, the Master, alongside his or her kohai, Mash Kyrielite, Da Vinci, who is a MILF in the Fate universe,
how did he pronounce Mash's name?
his or her kohai, Mash Kyrielite.
I guess technically he's not wrong. You just pronounce it as Kyrielite. No need to emphasize the E. At least I don't think so. I've always me and the boys playing as we played FGO over the years, we've always referred to as Mash Kyrielite. Funny story about Mash's name. For those of you who aren't familiar with FGO, and you think Mash is kind of a weird name. Originally, her name was supposed to be Matthew, as in a guy's name. Reasons for that, well, the best reason I have to explain that is because FGO's the organization Chaldea is actually heavily based on Christianity. Chaldeus, any variation of that name, is actually a sect of Christianity, an ancient sect of Christianity. That's what it's referring to. Which is why... do I want to get into spoilers? I guess without getting into true spoiler territory, that's why, because FGO's original story, Part 1 story, is based on Christianity, or it has roots in Christianity, or like Christian like legend. I don't know if legend's a good word to say that, or a good word to describe that. But anyways, because it's based on Christianity, that's why the final boss you meet in Singularity 7, the final one, for Part 1 anyway, is who he is. So, and Matthew, if you have some knowledge of the Bible, or especially the New Testament, Matthew is the first book of the Bible, or first book of the New Testament. So I'm assuming that's what Nasu was trying to go for here when he wrote FGO's story initially. And obviously when the Japanese try to pronounce the name Matthew, they don't. The Japanese language doesn't have the sh sound. They can't pronounce sh. Well, they can, but actually they can't pronounce the th sound. It doesn't exist in Japanese, the th sound. So the best they can do is just replace it with an sh. So instead of Matthew, they have to pronounce it Mashu. So I think the localizers just decided to just run with that shit and just call her Mash instead of Matthew. I remember when I first started FGO, I looked at her name, I was like, why the fuck would I want to ever call her that? But 7 years later, I don't really care anymore.
Right. Da Vinci, who is a MILF in the Fate universe.
And yes,
Dr. Roman, Olga Mary.
Context is important. So when Psyche calls Da Vinci a MILF here, for those of you who are not familiar with FGO, the reason why Da Vinci, yes, and that is supposed to be the Leonardo da Vinci, as in the Renaissance guy, it is supposed to be him. Reason why she is a MILF here is because in the Nasuverse, when I say Nasuverse, that term basically describes Kinoko Nasu's like world building, or like his universe, because all his works are connected, all of them. Maybe one or two of them are not. Maybe they're their own thing. I know Notes is like super far distant future shit or something like that. But like Fate, Tsukihime, Witch Hunt, Holy Night, those are all supposed to be part of the same universe. So. Anyways, in the Nasuverse, the Nasuverse lore, Da Vinci believes in like pursuing beauty or some shit. Like he holds beauty as like his highest fucking personal ideal or some shit like that. And so when he gets summoned, instead of being summoned as a guy like he is historically, he chooses to be summoned as basically his own painting. Because in case Da Vinci, if you're not familiar with this game, but if you think Da Vinci looks familiar here, you're not. You're actually on the right path. Da Vinci here is actually supposed to be based on the Mona Lisa. And since the Mona Lisa is by far his most famous work ever, that's how he's summoned. And so yes, he is MILF in this game. He also has a lolly version, but she doesn't show up until Part 2. Anyways, that's why he's a girl. In this universe, at least in this form, he also considers himself female as well. So there's no, in case you think she's hot and you want to bang her, then there's you don't have to worry. And you're a guy, you don't have to worry about oh, now you're gay. No, you don't have to worry about that. Thankfully, at least I think that's how it works. Don't quote me on that.
She, who is a MILF in the Fate universe, Dr. Roman, Olga Mary, and Professor Lev, and you go on a grand mission to recover the Grails and delete these singularities, preventing humanity from extinction. Now, if I were to describe FGO's gameplay, it would look like an iceberg. On the surface, it looked...
What did you say?
If I were to describe FGO's gameplay, it would look like an iceberg. On the surface, it looks deceptively simple, but there are so many hidden mechanics that the game doesn't tell you. At its absolute core, FGO features turn-based combat, where you will form a party of 3 servants, with 3 backline members that will replace the servants that perish on the front lines. Each servant is equipped with 3 skills that have cooldowns for a certain amount of specified turns. You will also select a friend support as one of the 6 options, but unlike in some other gachas,
look at all those unskilled skills,
except for special cases,
or unleveled skills
bring
rather.
6 of your own units into a level. The units you bring can also be equipped with an artifact item called Craft Essence, often abbreviated as CE. The rarity of the unit and CE contribute to the total cost
For you
of the
Star
party,
Rails,
with the
Star
higher
Rail
rarities
players out there, you
costing
can
more.
basically think of them
Even
as
if you
light
reach
cones.
the higher player levels, you cannot bring a full party of 5-star units or CEs, so you do have to at least use a few units of lesser rarities, or just give up a slot entirely. Luckily, something else I quite like about FGO is that some of the low rarity units are actually pretty good, and a couple I still run in the late game. The typical team consists of 2 supports and 1 DPS on field, but this is not a hard requirement and you can basically run whatever. The backline members exist to replace downed servants, and the last slot, usually referred to as an anchor, is used by a strong solo unit with great survivability to close out the fight before you run out of steam. Each servant has
Oh, he reused this gameplay clip. What the part where you mentioned how the backline is used mainly to replace servants who die in combat, in battle, obviously. That's not entirely true. Obviously, that applies mainly in challenge quests, right? But I mean, even in challenge quests, that's actually not always the case too. But anyway, I'll get to that in a bit. What you have to understand about FGO gameplay is that 90% of it, even 95% of it, is going to be nothing but farming, right? Outside of progressing through story and doing challenge quests or like certain event stuff and whatnot, the vast majority of the time you play FGO, what you are doing is farming. So most of the time you spend playing this game is going to be determining which team you can use to farm shit the fastest. Because this game has no auto. I think Psyche will get into this. Well, I expect him to get into this later. But if he doesn't, I suppose it's good that I'm talking about this now. Because most of the shit you're doing in FGO is farming, you form your team. You basically think about your teams in a farming context. And so you use a backline as part of it. I mentioned earlier this is mystic code called Plug Suit. Hopefully explains like mystic codes later. Plug Suit and Plug Suit 2 both have skills that unique to those two, allow you to pull in one servant from the backline to replace one of your servants in the front line. That is extremely powerful because it's as if you have 4 servants at your disposal instead of 3. Because normally you have no way of accessing your servants who are in the back waiting to come in. The only way that's possible is using a skill or an effect that allows you to bring in somebody from the back. To be fair, Plug Suit 1 and 2 aren't the only ones that can do that. It's just the only mystic codes that can do that. There are servants actually who can just straight up bring in a servant from the back rather, either by, I think Miss Crane has to use her NP to do that, and then more infamously in the case of Arash and Habitrot, they basically kill themselves, and that way because they die, the game has no choice. I'll put my table there. The game has no choice but to send another character in. So when you're farming, expect to have to abuse Plug Suit 1 and 2 a lot for a lot of farming quests. It's harder. I shouldn't say it's harder. It's easier to. It's more accurate to put it this way. It's going to be a lot easier to farm stuff in this game when you use your Plug Suit mystic codes. So yeah, just wanted to put that out there, or just wanted to throw that out there.
Unit with great survivability to close out the fight before you run out of steam. Each servant has 5 cards in a deck, and it consists of 3 card types. They will have access to their Noble Phantasm, so when the NP gauge is at 100% or above, the NP card can be selected during your turn as its own separate card. Each non-NP card, also referred to as a face card, can also crit, depending on the number of stars currency you have.
Is he going to talk about what the actual types do? Let me wait.
1 star equates to 10%, but since critting is an all-or-nothing mechanic, you're going to have times where you hit a 10% chance and miss 90% ones. The 3 card types in the game are Buster, which does the most damage,
I doubt he's going to explain how critting works, how the crits actually function in this game.
The 3 card types in the game have times where you hit a 10% chance and miss 90% ones.
So the way FGO calculates crits in this game is basically the game rolls a number between 1 and 100 basically, and if the number the game rolls is less than how much crit your servant has for their face card, that means they crit. If it's over, then they don't crit. That's, I believe, how it was explained to me. How it's like specifically how it works. I really doubt he's gonna get into like this bullshit. He did say that this game has a lot of hidden mechanics. I'm about to explain one to you right now. Yeah, for those of you, I would actually say like a decent number of FGO players are aware of this, even if you're not like super like nerdy about its mechanics. But I think it's safe to say that most like regular FGO players are aware that you can manipulate RNG in this game, because this game has like game states that it remembers, and it'll stay the same unless you force it to change, which is why we get which is why we have force quit tricks, where if we don't get the right RNG, we just exit out of the game, load it back up, and it'll take you straight back to where you were right before you attacked or something. But anyways, there are ways to manipulate RNG in this game. Using skills is one of them. If you use any skill, it changes the game's RNG state. So if, for example, you want to get a card to crit but it doesn't, what you can do is you can use a skill and then try again. If it crits, then there you go. Because yeah, that's one of the ways you can change crit RNG in this game. Hell, even putting different cards in different orders that have different hit counts. The game even takes that into account. What I mean is every face card, or every attack in the FGO actually, has their own like hit count, right? It has a number of times that it can hit an enemy. Hit count is very important for multiple reasons, but the one that's relevant here is that the total number of hits also contributes to RNG crits. So if you run out of skills to use to like reset the game's RNG state, then what you can do, it's very risky because obviously face cards like are very important in this game, or at least the order in which you use them. But what you can do, if you absolutely need to crit something, if you absolutely need to score a crit with a particular face card, what you can do is you can change which face cards you're using, and if they happen to have different hit counts, if the total number of hit counts, I believe is how it works, changes, then that also has a chance to crit. But the hit counts leading up to the card that you want to crit has to be different. Actually, I suppose that's more accurate to say. Instead of the total hit count, the total hit count overall for the entire card chain, rather than that, it's the total number of hits that lead up to whichever card that you're trying to crit. So that obviously means that if you think about it, you can only do this trick with the middle card and your anchor card. You can't abuse that with point cards, or in other words, the card you use first.
The 3 card types in the game are Buster, which does the most damage, generates a small amount of stars, and does not increase your MP gauge. Arts.
Busters can increase MP gauge, but it's under very specific conditions. Psyche is right; they don't normally generate MP. However, if you lead off with an Arts card, yes, it will. Or in a Mighty Chain now that NA has the Mighty Chains now. That actually comes in handy for exactly 2 servants, I think. There might be a few more out there, but because this is obviously a huge exception. But for Keel Lancer and for Skaha Lancer, who were both Year 1 servants, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they're both Year 1 servants. For those 2 specifically, they have really, really bad NP gain. Their NP generation stat is very shitty. And they have only 2 hit quicks and 6 hit busters. So essentially what that means is their NP generation optimal combo, outside of Mighty Chains, of course, is an Arts starter with 2 buster cards after. That actually generates more NP for them than Arts quick, which normally for most other servants would be a better source of NP gen, but not for those 2. Weird shit. Again, like I said earlier, the devs didn't know what the fuck they were doing during the first year of the game.
which does medium damage, generates the most MP gauge, and generates very little to no stars, and Quick...
With arts, specifically, arts cards are programmed to never generate any stars. The only reason why they do, without any star generation buffs at least, is because all servants in the game have a base star gen stat that's tied to their class. There are a couple stats like that actually. Star gen, and I think it's mainly Star gen. There might be another stat, like another like general / base stat that is also tied to class, but Star gen is the one that's definitely tied to class. Obviously, assassins have the highest Star gen stat, because that's kind of the whole point of their class, is generate a whole bunch of stars. So that's why theirs is super high. But most other classes only have like a little bit. It ranges from like 5 to like 10% usually. So yeah, for most servants, their arts cards usually cannot generate any crit stars. But if it does, then you know why. It's because of their class star gen.
The weakest card type in terms of strength generates the most stars and increases the NP gauge by a little. Each servant has a...
The MP gauge by a little is a little bit misleading. Technically speaking, he's not wrong. But they can generate quite a bit. It's just the arts cards have the best NP generation ability. Quicks also have. It's not to say that the quicks don't have much. But it can get crazy. But it's definitely not as good as arts. So just to make that
most
clear.
Stars and increases the NP gauge by a little. Each servant has a slightly different deck, so the 3 card types can be distributed a bit differently. During a turn, the game will select 5 cards at random, and you will choose 3 to use. Since there are 3 servants totaling 15 cards, they will cycle through every 3 turns, assuming you don't specifically use a deck shuffle effect. The 3 cards selected will have its effects modified depending on which ones you picked.
Most people reviewing FGO would forget that detail, but yes, he's absolutely right. All servants have 5-card decks. It depends on like what kind of deck they have depends on the servant, because all servants have their own. Technically speaking, classes have like decks that they're really known for, or that a lot of the servants have. For example, in the assassin class, more servants in the assassin class more than other classes have triple quick decks, because again, the assassin class is supposed to be the class that generates a lot of stars. Like they're supposed to be the crit support class, or at least that's how they were designed back in the day, at the start of the game. But weird year 1 shenanigans. Saber classes are mostly known for what we call the balanced deck, where they have 2 busters, 2 arts cards. The Lancer deck is how I like to call it. It's where they have 2 busters, 2 quicks. Hence the Kyo Lancer and the Skaha Lancer, the vanilla Skaha example that I gave earlier. Berserker deck is triple buster cards, and Caster deck is triple arts cards. Obviously, in every class you have exceptions, of course. Lots of exceptions, actually. You'll have Sabers, for example, have triple buster cards, for instance. Musashi, Gawain. Both Gawains, actually? Yeah, I think both Gawains. Unless Bargus only has a balance deck, but I'm pretty sure she's a triple buster, too. And then Fergus, of course. Yeah, exceptions like that. And yeah, every 3 turns, all your servants' cards get shuffled out in 3 turns. Only way to rotate them. Actually, he didn't mention this. He did mention the card shuffle effect. That's true. Using a card shuffle effect does reset your 3-turn card cycle entirely. So you start as if you were at turn 1. However, a servant dying also reshuffles the card deck. That's the one detail he missed. But the other ones he's right about.
The first card, often referred to as the lead card, will determine the effects of the subsequent 2. Buster will slightly increase the damage, Arts will slightly increase
let me play out the
NP
card.
gain, and Quick will increase the number of stars gained. And all cards
what did he say about Buster cards?
slightly increase the NP gain. 2. Buster will slightly increase the damage.
Not slightly. Where was I going with this? Yes. Buster cards, they don't just slightly increase your damage. How it's coded in game, and again, you would not know this because the game does not ever fucking tell you. But I guess technically speaking, you'd still notice eventually over time if you play this game enough. The damage buff that Buster leadoffs give you is not small. It's not slight. Officially, it's coded as a 50% increase to the rest of the card's damage. 50, not 15, in case I wasn't being clear enough. 50. It is a massive buff to your card's damage. It's not slight. It's massive. That's what she said. That's why, if you've ever wondered why, for example, specifically Buster Brave Chains do so much goddamn damage, that's why. Because not only are you getting the Buster Chain buff, which is an extra 20% damage on top of that, you get the Buster Leadoff, which is the extra, 50% damage to all your other cards, or whatever. And the extra chain, too, but, I guess I'll explain the extra chain now, because I'm assuming Psyche will explain it later, or we'll briefly cover it later. Extra chains, normally extra chains are coded to have 200% extra damage, or their damage multiplier is set at 200%. So that's why if you've ever noticed your extra attack specifically doing a lot of damage, that's why. However, for like color Brave Chain specifically, so if you use a Servant's Chain that has all three of the same color type, so triple Buster, triple Arts, triple Quick, the extra attack gets even better, or the damage scaling gets cranked up to 300% instead of 200. So again, if you've ever wondered why a Buster Brave Chain does so much goddamn damage, that is why. Because it has basically all the best damage buffs in the game. At least as far as you can get from your own cards anyway. So, yeah, it's not small. It's huge.
Arts will slightly increase the MP gain, and Quick will increase the number of stars gained.
Arts Chains, it's also technically, when he says slightly increase the MP gain, it's not technically. Again, I assume he'll go into chains later, but just with the Arts leadoff, I believe gives the rest of your cards 100% extra MP gen. That is not small. And it even allows Buster cards to start generating MP. Buster face cards specifically. Buster NPs do not count. Actually, MPs in general, I don't know if he'll mention this later. I don't know if he knows, if he's aware of this. He probably is. I don't know if he's going to mention it, though. But MP cards are not affected by leadoffs. So anybody who's trying to put, like, MP attacks as their anchor card, no, don't do that. There's no point. Usually one of the easier ways to tell if somebody knows if they're playing if somebody knows how to play FGO properly or not. Just see where they put their MP card. Yeah, Arts leadoff is not small. Arts chaining too isn't anything to scoff at either. As a matter of fact, in Arts team specifically, Arts chains are like the basis of their gameplay, because any extra MP charge they can get for themselves so they can spam their MPs harder is super important. So 20% might not seem like a lot for those of you who are unfamiliar with the game, but considering that servants only need 100% to use their MP, and 20% is already a fifth of that, and remember they still have to use their Arts cards too, which generates them even more MP. It's actually less than that. It's actually they get their MPs really fast if you just keep using Arts chains. So Arts chain is not small. Quick chains specifically, quick leadoffs. Quick leadoffs are by far the weakest in the game. There's almost no reason to lead off with Quick, at least before we got Mighty Chains. Now with Mighty Chains, it's a much different story. You actually do want to lead off with quick leadoffs, lead off with quicks. But before the Mighty Chain update, you never wanted to lead off with quick because quick card leadoff bonuses were dog shit, to be perfectly blunt. It only gave you a 20% increase to your star gen, and that's not a lot. For most servers, you're not really going to notice that. So there was literally no point outside of using quick Brave Chains. Now with Mighty Chains, however, it is actually damage optimal. Well, not just damage optimal. For some reason, I couldn't say the word again. But it depends on the situation. If you want damage optimal face card combos, then you start off with quick. Reason for that is because of their scaling. Quick cards have, Psyche mentioned earlier, quick cards do the least damage. He's right. Quick cards have the worst damage scaling in the game. Obviously, logically, buster cards have the best damage scaling in the game. And so because of that, you want to put quick cards in the front and then buster cards later if you want more damage. So quick, the damage optimal Mighty Chain combo is quick arts buster. That's the only reason why you want to start off with quick. Outside of that, never do it.
And all cards will get a plus 20% crit chance. If all 3 cards selected are buster cards, then the entire attack chain will...
Yeah, so this is a classic fucking newbie move. And that pretty much tells me everything I need to know about how good Psyche is at FGO. Not saying that that's gonna like hurt my impression of him. Most people don't, to be fair, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm just a fucking degenerate nerd who's just played FGO for way too goddamn long by this point. But yeah, I see this. There is no reason to do this. It's not just Psyche. Plenty of FGO players, including content creators too, mind you, do this. Like, for example, even Ina, for those of you who follow Hololive. Ninomai Inanis of Hollow Myth. I think last year she got sponsored by Aniplex to play through what? Camelot or something like that, Singularity 5 or 6, the part 1 Camelot Singularity. And yeah, I watched her play a bit, and yeah, she doesn't know how to play FGO, or at least not what I would call properly. I even made a couple videos reviewing her gameplay actually. I think I even made a playlist out of that, so if you can find that, enjoy me ranting about how bad she plays for like 2 hours. But yeah, no. Assuming this is Psyche's gameplay, yeah, no, you never want to do this. Again, as I mentioned earlier, NP cards do not benefit from positions. They'd stay the same. While regular face cards benefit from like positioning, because the further you put them in a chain, the better they get, right? So for a buster card, they do more damage towards the end of a chain, like if they're in the middle or if they're an anchor card. NPs are completely immune to that. They don't care about that at all. You can actually notice because it's subtle. Actually, no. Actually, I can't even use because I was about to say, oh, if you take a look at the attack up text down here, they'll have pluses here, but no, this is misleading. This is actually they're very, very misleading. It's actually false information. Actually, no. MPs don't gain any extra attack or damage from being put later in a chain. Also, buster MPs also do not benefit from the buster chain effect of the 20% extra damage. So if you're ever going to use an MP, you almost always want to put it up front. There's almost no reason to put it in the middle or at the end. The 2 reasons why you might want to, and these are legitimate reasons, are 1, if you have a non-buster MP, so quicker arts, and you don't have a mighty chain. Then, if you want to go for a damage optimal combo with a damage optimal chain with an arts or quick NP, what you have to do is, if you have a buster card, you start with the buster card first, and then go into your NP, your quicker arts NP. There's a few exceptions to that, a few weird exceptions that I want to say, but for the most part, if you want to get squeeze as much damage as you can out of one servant's like Brave Chain, for example, then that's what you do. Lead off with buster, point buster card, and then your NP, and then the rest of the chain. The second exception is if you want to target switch. So in FGO, I don't know if Psyche's going to mention this. He might. In FGO, if you want to target switch, you can't do it manually. In this game, there's a mechanic called Overkill, where if one servant drops an enemy's HP down to 0, they will keep attacking that enemy so long as their cards are up next. This is actually on purpose because there's actual mechanics to the overkill mechanic itself. If you have a servant keep hitting an enemy who's already quote dead, right? If their HP is already at 0, that gives the servant attacking them more bonuses. So more MP gen, more stars technically, but it's the MP gen you really want, because the whole overkill quote bug, but it's a feature. But at this point, this late on, because they've never bothered fixing it. So yeah, that's why the overkill mechanic exists. However, if you want to kill multiple enemies at the same time and you don't have an AoE MP to do it, what you can do is you can basically split up your kills with an MP. Normally, you can only do that. The normal way to do it is just to have different cards alternate between different servants. So, like for example, if one servant uses their card to kill an enemy, and then you have another a different servant's face card coming up, then they will target switch. The enemy will fade out, they'll die. The one that got killed will fade off screen, and then the game will switch to your whoever is up next, whoever face card is up next from a different servant. However, you can have the same servant target switch too. The NP is coded so that if one of your servants kills an enemy with one face card, but they have their NP up next, then they will stop. The enemy will die. That they just killed will fade off screen, and then it'll go into the NP. So more useful for servants who have single target NPs, because obviously they can only kill one servant at a time or one enemy at a time. But those are the only two exceptions to this rule, that to the rule of you never want to use MPs up first. Even in mighty chain situations, you never want to use your NP like second or third either. You always want to use them. You basically always want to use them first, because again, MP scalings do not change with position. So again, always put them first. You never want to put them up second or anything. And in this situation, I was about to say, oh, maybe he wants a target switch, but no, in this situation, he can't target switch. Who's Yanqing here gonna fucking kill? He doesn't have enough buffs. He's got a buster buff, sure. He actually does have a buster buff here. Or actually, no, I think this is a challenge quest event, something like that. That's probably why he has those two event damage bonus icons down there, where my cursor is. But I don't know. His attack buff, his buster buff, they don't look very good. And he also has the Valkyrie on the left side targeted too, and she's got evade. So Yanqing is not killing that bitch, unless he's got Invul Pierce or like Evasion Pierce. Maybe his craft essence has one, but I don't expect him to actually hit that dude.
Increase its damage through something
Valkyrie.
called the Buster Chain. If all three are
I wasn't even able to see if he did any damage to that or not. But yeah, no. Super long tangent, but yeah, that's long story short. Don't use your MP second or third outside of a couple situations.
cards, then any servant cards associated in the chain will gain a 20% MP gauge while increasing the gain itself, and if all three are quick, then 20 stars are instantly generated, and all cards will get a plus 20%.
Yeah. So his little addendum at the bottom is a nice it's nice that he caught that. It used to be that originally in the game, quick chains, all they ever did was just give you 10 stars. That's it. They did get somewhat recently buffed. I think we've had the buff for a little while now, for like maybe at least the past year or so. But they did buff quick cards so that when you do a quick chain, you get 20 stars instead of just 10, which is obviously huge. Getting double stars. And a quick leadoff also gives you plus 20% crit. To be fair, I actually forgot to mention that myself earlier, so it's good that I see this and that reminded me to talk about it. But yes, now quick cards give you 20% extra crit chance. So technically speaking, that means that there sometimes is a reason to start off with quicks. It's just, I would still say most of the time you still shouldn't do it anyway, because it's only 20%. The only reason why you would want to willingly start off with a quick leadoff that's not a mighty chain is if, like, for example, you really want a particular card to crit. For example, you want a Buster Face card to crit, and they already have like a decent chance to crit. Like, for example, they have base 60% chance because that card attracted 6 of the stars over to it, which has some mechanics, by the way. So it's like, oh, I really want that busted card to crit. So let me lead off with a quick card here first. Okay, sure, that's a viable tactic. So that way it takes the 60%, it turns into an 80%, but 80% crits in FGR are kind of a meme. Anyways, or you want an arts card to crit because you really want that arts card to generate a lot of MP so that you can use that servant's MP the next turn. Okay, that's also a viable tactic too. So yeah, my bad too. I got caught lacking. I forgot that quick leadoffs also give you 20% additional crit rate. Kind of a side effect of playing FGO for so goddamn long that I'm still stuck in the past when it comes to some of the mechanics in this game. Because again, this quick buff is very recent, relatively speaking. Like, I've played the vast majority of FGO without this fucking buff, and they just gave it to us for NA, like not too long ago.
% crit chance. If the chain contains one of each type, then you will get a small bonus of all three, through something called the QAB chain or the Mighty chain. If the chain only contains cards from a single servant, they will perform an additional 4th attack at the
specifically what Mighty chains do.
The chain only contains three, through something called the QAB chain or the Mighty chain.
Specifically what the Mighty chain does, it combines all three of the lead-off bonuses. That's why they call it a Mighty chain. Well, is that why they call it? I don't know. But that's what it does. All three of the color type leadoffs, Buster leadoff, Quick leadoff, and Arts leadoff, it combines them into one. That's why you want to start with Quick first, because that's the best card to start with, generally speaking. Of course, it all depends on what you want out of that face card. If you actually want more Star Gen, you actually want to put your Quick card last. Because that way your quick card can generate the most amount of stars, because it's your anchor card. It generates the most. It has the highest star gen scaling when it's put as an anchor, as opposed to if you put it in the front or the middle. Same with arts. If you want an arts card to generate the most amount of MP charge you put it last. So it all depends on like what you're looking for, what kind of optimal stat gain you want: damage, MP gen, or star gen. Typically speaking, you'll see most people go for Quick Arts Buster because that's the one that gives you the most damage, obviously. But yeah, that's what Mighty chains do.
Will get a small bonus of all three, through something called the QAB chain or the Mighty chain. If the chain only contains cards from a single servant, they will perform an additional 4th attack at the end called a Brave chain. It's worth noting that you can combine...
Terminology mistake. The act of choosing... Let me
Mighty
go
chain.
to
if the chain only contains cards from a single servant.
The act of choosing 3 cards from the same servant, that's called a Brave chain. The final 4th attack at the end is called an extra attack.
They will perform an additional 4th attack at the end called a Brave chain. It's worth noting that you can combine a Brave chain with the other types, so you can do Buster Brave chains, Arts Brave chains, and onwards. It's also worth noting that even if a servant does not have 3 of the same card type in their deck, if their NP card can make up for the missing one, they can still perform a chain with it. Each NP can either deal damage or grant buffs or debuffs. There is also a unique overcharge ability for each. While the NP itself is usable at 100%, if you pull additional copies of the character, you can charge it to 200 or even 300. Overcharge level goes up to 5.
Oh, I think he's about to talk about it.
And if the NP is used at 200% gauge, it will have a level 2 overcharge. You're not going to see a level 5 overcharge NP very often, but another type of attack chain is something called the NP chain.
Real quick before he goes to talk about MP chains, because that's also important. Servants at MP1, which is a single copy of them, their MP gauges are gauges, if I can talk correctly, are capped at 100%. Once you get them past MP1, so from MPs 2 to 4, they can hold up to 200% MP gauge. Only at MP5 can servants hold up to 300%. So 300% MP gauge is exclusive only to MP5 servants. So you can call that a very whale mechanic if you'd like, because you're not wrong. You wouldn't be wrong. In case you are wondering what the point of having over 100% MP gauges if you only need 100% to use an MP, like what's the point of having more than 100%? Other than I don't know if Psyche's gonna explain it here. Honestly, I should probably hold off on the stuff and see if he explains it. But in case he doesn't, I'll explain it right now anyway, just in case I forget to talk about it later. The reason why having more than 100% MP gauge is important is because a lot of enemies in this game, and a lot of fights in this game too, have these really annoying debuffs. Well, technically they're not considered debuffs, but they have these really annoying effects where enemies or like the stage itself saps your servants' MP charge. So if you only have MP1 servants, if you have to deal with effects like that where they steal your MP gauge for no reason, or they have some sort of mechanic that works like that, then all of a sudden that means your servants no longer have their MP anymore. And that's really fucking annoying, especially if you're like, oh yay, I have my servant's MP now, I can use it next turn. Nope. The enemies steal your fucking MP or something. No, guess what? You don't have it anymore. Fucking deal with it, bro. So having over 100% MP gauge is like a sort of like nice little guarantee that even if enemies do hit your servants with like MP sapping abilities, or like they steal your MP or shit like that, as long as they have more MP than what they steal, you'll still be fine, and your servants can still use their MPs, as opposed to not being able to use them anymore. Unless, of course, your servant has like a charge skill ready, but a lot of the time you're not going to. So,
where if you place an MP right after another, then the subsequent one will increase 1 overcharge level. You can even chain 3 in a row, but if you split up the 2 MP cards like this, then it will not count as an MP chain, and no overcharge will happen. You can freely target an enemy before...
Oh, he might actually talk about overcharge, or target switching here. So yeah, which is something I've already talked about. Going back to the OC mechanics, the not original character donut steal, the overcharge mechanics like this for your NPs. How that works specifically is the overcharge mechanic is actually one of the most confusing mechanics for like beginner FGO players, because they have no idea what the fuck it's talking about. So I'm gonna try to explain this as best I can, in beginner friendly terms, I guess. So all MPs in FGO have what's called the overcharge mechanic. All MPs actually have their own base effects that are not affected by overcharge. So those are mainly its damage, if it's a damaging MP, which is the vast majority of MPs in this game. So damage on an MP is determined only by their MP level. So roll more copies of them, they do more damage. Simple as that. Very whale mechanic, but it is what it is. FGO is a fucking old-ass game after all, so are you really surprised? And their base effects might also include some other buffs or debuffs as well. The overcharge mechanic is another set of effects that all MPs come with. You can think of them as like bonus effects, pretty much. Depends on the MP. It can include anything from like more buffs for themselves, like a team buff maybe, a debuff even, AoE debuffs, or hell, even like what we call super effective mods, where they have insane multipliers against enemies that have particular traits that an NP is good against. If you see an overcharge effect, or hell, it can even be a base effect for some servants. Mostly it's an overcharge effect though. But anyways, if you see an overcharge effect that reads like, oh, this overcharge or this MP deals extra damage to enemies that have this trait, and the scaling reads 150 to 200, or sometimes it can even go from 200 to 250 on rare occasions. That's what we call a super effective MP, or a super effective modifier. It's not official or anything. It's just a term that we as the community just kind of came up with to describe it. So yeah. OC or overcharge effects can be a variety of things, but again, think of them as bonus effects. MP level has nothing to do with it. Again, MP level only increases like the base damage of an MP, assuming it's a damaging MP. For support MPs or MPs that don't do damage, it increases some other value instead, but not the OC. OC is different. The way you increase your overcharge level is one of the ways is how Psyche just mentioned right now, is by doing an MP chain. So when that happens, if you put 2 MPs together or even 3, the first MP will stay at OC1 if they're 100%. And the MP gauges also will factor into it as well later. Not all the time. It's actually very rare that you'll use like a 200% MP, but it does happen sometimes, or I should say from time to time. So assuming for the moment that all your MPs are only at 100% gauge, the first MP will have regular OC1. The next MP will be upgraded 1 overcharge level, so it'll be at OC2. So the second MP will have its bonus effect, its overcharge effect, at the OC2 level. So, for example, let's say an MP has a buster. That MP gives this character a buster buff for 3 turns before the MP does its damage. Then what happens is, if it has OC2, it'll take the OC2 buster buff level that it says on the wiki or something like that, and that's what it gets. And then if you have 3 MPs, obviously, logically speaking, the third MP will be at OC3. That is why, if you've ever looked at the wiki, you've seen like the NP charts give their effects starting from OC1 to OC5, and like Psyche said, it's very rare you'll ever see an Overcharge 5 NP. The reason for that is because normally the only way to see that is to have 3 MPs charged and your last MP, your anchor MP, be at 300% charge, because that's how you get OC5. Because the first MP will start at OC1, second MP will be at OC2, assuming normal 100% gauges. But if your third MP is MP5 has 300% charge, then it'll be at OC5. So, and this is a perfect segue into explaining how the MP gauges themselves affect overcharge. Normally, if your MPs only have 100%, they will stay stuck at OC1. You're only going to get the OC1 effects. But if they're at 200%, then by default, the lowest overcharge they can have is OC2. That's basically what the MP gauges also mean, is that if you're at 200%, you get access to overcharge 2. And 300% means they have access to overcharge 3. Or OC3, whatever the OC3 effect is. So you combine all those together, you have 3 MPs in a single chain. The last last MP is from a servant who has 300% because they're MP5. That's how you get OC5. Very rare. You will not see that like 95, 96, 97% of the time. It is a little bit easier to see it now though, because we do have craft essences that have effects that and servants too for that matter, not just craft essences. Not just CEs. Both CEs and servants. Both of them, well, there are some, not a lot, but some, who give your team overcharge level buffs. So, for example, like Morgan, as far as servants go, Morgan has one. Morgan and Himeko, I believe. They both have overcharge buffing effects on their NPs. Himeko overcharges everybody on her team by 2. Morgan overcharges everybody by 1. And then for craft essences that do the same thing, I believe the one I remember that does that is Demonic Bodhisattva. There are other craft essences out there by now that also increase overcharge level. Demonic Bodhisattva is actually a very old craft essence. This is the one that I know right off the top of my head, because I believe that was one of the first craft essences, if not the first CE, to feature a buff like that, or to feature an effect like that. So yeah, it's a little bit easier to see OC5 MPs now, but still pretty tough. You have to like go out of your way for it even still. Anyways.
And no overcharge will happen. You can freely target an enemy before an attack is initiated, but there's no way to change the target for each individual attack card. If the enemy is defeated, then the game will auto-select the rightmost enemy for the next attack to hit. If you select 2 or more face cards belonging to the same servant, they will keep attacking the same target even if their health is 0. But the targeting priority is changed if you use an MP card or use another servant's face cards.
Yeah,
so for example, if I use the Brave Chain here, then the servant would just keep hammering on the same enemy. But if I put their MP card in the middle, then the first attack kills the rightmost enemy. So since the NP counts as a different card type, then the third one and the extra attack will finish off the last on the left. The thing is, the game doesn't tell you this. It's just something that...
Before he goes into how the game doesn't tell you any of this bullshit, which you should already have a very good impression of that just from me spending the last basically hour yapping about all the fucking detail, the minute fucking nerdy ass details about the stupid fucking game. Nice details on this. This is basically everything I explained earlier. So like I said, he might explain this himself, and he sure did. So good job on his part. I think that was something that he mentioned here that I wanted to comment. I forgot what it was.
So since the NP put their NP card in the middle, then the servant would just keep hammering servants 0. but belonging to the same servant, they will next attack to hit. If you select defeated, then the game will auto-select the rightmost enemy for the next attack to hit.
That's a good detail. That I might have actually forgotten to mention if he didn't mention it himself. Because there are 3 enemies, usually there are 3 enemies. These days you can have even more. We can have up to like 6 enemies on field. I believe that's the new maximum. There might be the game might even throw even more at you in certain very special battles, or like very special circumstances. But usually it's either 3 or 6 on less frequent occasions. But yeah, if you target an enemy on the left, if they die and you target switch, the game will automatically default to attacking whoever it is on the right. It's always been like that. And yes, the game doesn't tell you.
If you select 2 or more face cards belonging to the same servant, they will...
Oh, and also something that I don't think he'll mention here, because again, this is very obscure, but the way enemies attack as well is also very particular. Enemies in general, enemies only have a total of 3 actions. Total. That's the maximum amount of actions that they have. So they can either spend it on skills or to attack your servants. And this is shared among this is shared among all the enemies. Assuming before the FGO veterans watching this video start yelling at my ass, assuming there are only 3 enemies total on the field. If there are more than that, there's like 6 enemies total, then every enemy gets a turn to attack. So technically the maximum action economy goes up to 6. But in standard 3 enemy setup battles, enemies can only act 3 times total, and that's shared across all the enemies. So yeah, they can either choose to spend their actions on either attacking or using skills. Whereas for us, obviously it works a little bit different for your own servants. The advantage that enemies have, however, is that they can use their skills however many times that they want. Most of their skills anyway. For like hard defense skills like evasion or invul skills, usually, unless the enemies do something weird, usually enemies will have good enough AI where they'll only use it once and that's good enough. But if they have like a buff skill, they can use that twice in a row if they really want to, and that can be dangerous, obviously. Sometimes you actually want them to like just waste their turns like using skills, because that way it helps preserve your own servants' HP in case they're getting low. But usually they don't do that. Usually the enemy AI is good enough where if they see that one of your servants is low, they'll try going for them. Enemy targeting is still RNG, but like this game doesn't give you a lot of leeway, that's for sure. It don't throw you a lot of bones, that's for sure. But yeah, this
target
small
an enemy
tangent
before an attack is initiated, but there's no way to change like the for example, if I use the Brave chain here, then the servant would just keep hammering on the same enemy. But if I put their MP card in the middle, then the first attack won't tell you this. It's just something that you have to figure out for yourself. There is also a class system with damage advantages, where a class will deal double damage and only take half damage to another. So for example, Sabers have advantage over Lancers, who beats Archers, who beats Sabers. The same loop exists for the 3 classes of Riders, Casters, and Assassins, and Berserkers dealing 1.5 times damage to all other classes while dealing double damage from them. Rulers...
Yep. The one exception is themselves, funnily enough. Wait, actually, what did he say about Berserkers?
For the 3 classes of Riders, Casters, and Assassins, and Berserkers dealing 1.5 times damage to all other classes while dealing double damage from them. Rulers...
Oh, he just kind of worded it. He worded it a little weird. He said dealing double damage from the. He means takes double damage from everyone. The Berserker class or the class counter system is very weird these days, especially with how many weird ass classes we have at this point. Yeah. The reason why it says almost everyone is because Berserkers hilariously only deal 50% damage, extra damage against themselves. So if you have a Berserker versus Berserker matchup, if for whatever reason you find yourself in that position, you should never be in that position, by the way. There's no point. Yeah, Berserkers only deal 50% extra damage to themselves. They also are weak to foreigners. They lose to foreigners. And yes, there is an actual class named Foreigner. I'm not shitting you. Yeah, basically the filthy gaijin class. So yeah, foreigners have what we call true class advantage against berserkers. We call it true because there are some weird side classes. The extra class, a lot of the extra classes have like weird like half advantage against like multiple classes. Like for example, alter egos are good against the cavalry classes or casters, riders, assassins, but they take neutral damage from them. Not double damage, but they only deal 50% extra damage than the full true advantage, which is double damage. Weird shit like that.
1.5 times damage to all other classes.
Because I'm pretty sure Psyche won't mention this, because why the fuck would he ever know this? Or maybe he will. Well, let's see if I get surprised. But every class has hidden mechanics as well, or hidden stat modifiers as well. Or it's not really hidden, even the wiki says so, but it certainly doesn't tell you in game. But certain classes, like berserkers, have bonus damage just because they're berserkers, and this is outside of their class advantage mechanic system. So their class mechanic dictates that, for example, for berserkers, they deal 50% extra damage against most other classes except for foreigners But they also have an additional damage modifier, a free 10% bonus damage modifier, just because they're berserkers. The logic for that is because lore-wise, berserkers are supposed to be really good in combat or some shit like that, right? So they're supposed to do a lot of damage. That's why they get a free 10% modifier for free, just for being a berserker. On the other end of the spectrum, you have casters and assassins who, lore-wise, they're not great combatants, right? They're not like good frontliners. They're not meant to attack people, or at least in a Nasuverse, logical Grail War / Nasuverse, logic thingy. So they get slapped with a 10% penalty. So their base damage is set at only 0.9%. What other examples are there? Sabers are neutral. Archers actually have a 5% penalty for whatever reason. Lancers have a 5% buff, so 1.05x modifier. Archers have 0.95x modifier. Riders are neutral. Casters, assassins, everyone over them. Berserkers, obviously. Rulers and Avengers are also the other two that have a bonus 10% damage class modifier. For some reason. Avengers makes sense, but Rulers is like, that's kind of random, but okay, sure. I believe everyone else is neutral, though, I want to say. The Pretenders, the Alter Egos, whoever else. Moon Cancers, Rulers. They also have other weird, hidden class, stat penalties or bonuses, but I won't go into them here.
Dealing double damage from them. Rulers deal neutral damage to all the aforementioned classes and only take 0.5 times damage back from them, except Berserkers, while also having full class advantage towards Moon Cancers, who beats Avengers, who beats Rulers. Foreigners have full class advantage.
Unless he mentioned it himself, Berserkers do their normal damage against Rulers. I didn't hear if he mentioned that part or not, but in case he didn't.
Meaning this is the only class where Berserkers will deal half damage too. Foreigners also deal and take double damage from other foreigners, and also have class advantage towards Pretender.
Funny thing about the foreigners, the reason why they both deal and take double damage from themselves is because foreigners canonically hate each other. The one that I know for sure is that there are two foreigners in the game between Summer BB1. I'm not talking about Summer Dubai or Dubai BB. I'm talking about the first one. So Summer 3 BB. And Yang Yuhuan, or she's called Yang Gibi in game. Yang Yuhuan is I think her historical real name. Those two, since foreigner, in case you guys aren't familiar with the foreigner class, foreigners are basically servants who merged with Eldritch gods, basically Lovecraftian gods, basically, because apparently Lovecraftian legend exists in the Nasuverse, I guess. Nasu is a huge fan of Lovecraft, that's for sure. And yeah, all the foreigners, I believe, have merged with some kind of Eldritch god and Lovecraft. I'm not familiar with Lovecraft or his works, but I believe I've been told that the gods in Lovecraft are they fucking hate each other, or at least most of them do. Hopefully, I think that's how it works. And so the Eldritch gods that Summer 3 BB have, Summer 3 BB and Yang Yuhan have, fucking hate each other. So yeah, it's part of the reason why foreigners, murder each other so hard. They're the only class that actually works like that, double damage to themselves, or double damage to and from themselves.
Now, Pretenders have half-class advantage towards the Knight classes, or Sabers, Archers, and Lancers, where they deal 1.5 times damage towards them, but only dealing half damage for the Cavalry classes of Riders, Casters, and Assassins. But all of these classes will deal neutral damage back, and the Pretenders also have full class advantage towards Alter Egos, and these guys are the other way around. They deal 1.5 times damage to the Cavalry classes, but half to the Knight classes, and they loop right back to having full advantage towards foreigners.
Did you get all
There's
this, chat?
The elusive Shielder class,
I'm not even
and deals complete neutral damage.
Did you get all this? This is beyond the test.
But there's only one Shielder in the entire game, and that is your Eggplant Kohai. It's basically a very elaborate game of rock, paper, scissors. That being said, since I've got a sizable amount of gacha games under my belt at this point, FGO's class system is the—
But is it as big as mine, though? Going back to the beginning of my video, I guess I should mention now that Psyche's brought up his own gacha experience, I call myself the gacha god. So the way my chat introduced me to Psyche, not personally, of course, like I don't know Psyche personally, but the way I was introduced to his content, or when people started talking about it in my chat, was that, oh, he's this guy who reviews a whole different bunch of gacha games, and I was like, and like, he has a lot of gacha experience. I'm like, oh, okay. Does he have as much as I do, right? Because like I said, I play and main a dozen different gachas, like Psyche's kept up with the FGO for like the past 2.5 years. That's very commendable, of course. I can tell that I can definitely get the sense that he's no newcomer. There's quite a few things here that he's mentioned that's like, oh yeah, like he definitely knows his stuff. Well, as much stuff I would expect an average FGO player to know. I'm not saying that as like in a condescending way. I'm just saying, yeah, this is kind of what I expect people to know if they play FGO, and they're not like an uber nerd about it like I am. But then, I've played FGO for 7.5 years, and 2.5 years is like, I don't want to say it's nothing, but hopefully I've been able to impress upon you that the fact that I've been able to take the 17 minutes of this video and turn it into 2 fucking hours should give you a sense of how much I fucking know about this game. At least compared to most other content creators, or just players in general. Yeah. I was told, back to how I was introduced to his content. The way his content style was introduced to me was that, oh, he reviews gacha games by playing them for a month, and then he makes a review on them. And so my initial reaction was, only a month? Right? I'm sure for those of you who are familiar with gacha games, I'm assuming you play some of them yourself. If you played them for any amount of sizable time, does that make English sense? Is that grammatically proper? I don't know. For any of you who've played gacha games for long enough, let's just go with that. You will know that gacha games being live service games, and since gacha games can last for a goddamn long time as long as they make enough money, they're not games that you can just play for a month and then review. Like, I know FGO is an exception, of course. He's explicitly said that he's played FGO for, 2.5 months, rather. 2.5 months. So, like, this is an exception, like I said. But for most of his gacha reviews, apparently he's only, from what I've been told anyway, I could be wrong about this, I've been told that he only plays gachas for like a month and then does a review on them. So while this doesn't really have anything to do with this video in particular, when I do review his other gacha reviews, so review the review, who watches the Watchmen kind of shit, I'm very curious to see how he reviews those other reviews those other gacha games, the ones that he only played for like a month. Again, assuming that's true, because I am of the opinion that you don't play a gacha for just a month and think that's good enough to make a full length review out of. Gacha games evolve. Gacha games, sometimes in either direction. Gacha games can get better or get worse. And a lot of weird shit can happen that, is exclusive to a certain gacha game because that's just how they've developed. Right? Every gacha game is in their own sort of unique situation in terms of how their development cycle goes. And of course, especially with games like FGO that have such unique gameplay, its situation for sure is far different from everything, far different from most others. Not saying that, this FGO video has any particular problems in that regard, but just something for y'all to keep in mind in case you guys want to come back and watch my reviews of Psyche's other review videos. So it's like, you say you have a lot of gacha experience, but do you? I'm not saying that because I doubt you or anything. You're certainly better than like fucking 95%. Psyche's, let me just say this straight up. Psyche is already better than like 95% of other fucking gacha content creators out there. Because if you watch my streams, if you watch my channel, if you know how I do things around here, at least on the internet, you will know that I have a particular dislike, hatred even, of most gacha content creators because most of them got popular with the fucking Genshin wave. I mean, hell, Psyche himself said that he started with Genshin too, so he's one of them too. But I'm not talking about people like Psyche. I'm talking about content creators like fucking I'll name some names. Gacha Smack. I want to say Hex Juice. I don't really watch her content though, so I'm just throwing out names here like very tentatively. Actually, not Tectone. Tectone actually started gachas before Genshin. He just got really fucking... He just popped the fuck off with Genshin is the thing. But he started with Arknights. Or no, he started with Summoner's War, actually. Anyways, enough about him. Anyways. Any gacha content creator that you know that got big with Genshin... Oh, Mtash, too. Fuck that guy. Yeah, I don't really respect them as, like, gacha CCs. Right? You don't play just the big four fucking gachas, the big three Hoyo games plus Wuwa, right? And call yourself a fucking gacha content creator. The analogy that I used on stream was that's kind of like a sports YouTuber, right? Somebody who makes videos makes YouTube videos about sports, right? And they call themselves, for example, the sports guru. I don't even know if there's like a channel named that out there. Kind of tacky, but whatever. There might be. But just for example's sake, let's say there's like a YouTuber out there who names themselves the sports guru, but the only sports they talk about is fucking basketball, right? Why the fuck are you calling yourself the sports guru and the only sports you fucking talk about is fucking basketball, right? Or no, you only talk about basketball and baseball because you're American, or I'd say if you're an American, you mainly care about basketball and fucking football. Well, they call baseball America's pastime, but baseball is much more international, I'd say. Well, just from my limited knowledge of sports ball, because I don't really follow sports that hard. But anyways, you get the idea, right? The same idea with gacha content creators. Like, how the fuck are you gonna call yourself, Gacha Smack? Or the Gacha Zone. I think Gacha Zone is a Twitter user, actually. Not necessarily a CC, but whatever. Kind of the same idea here. How are you going to call it, like, all those gacha channels out there that call themselves the gacha this, gacha that, but the only gacha games you ever make regular content out of is fucking Hoyo and Kuro. Like, go fuck yourself. Anyways. Let me just say that I already consider Psyche to be much better than them, at least, because he actually bothers making content on other games, other gachas that's not just Hoyo plus fucking Kuro. Matter of fact, I don't even know if he even has a Genshin Impact review video. Maybe he does. I just haven't seen it yet. But regardless, even with that all in mind, I'm still interested to know like how degenerate of a gacha addict he really is. So.
The most extreme I've seen. Usually a class or element can deal a bit more extra damage.
What do you
the
say about
most sizable amount of gacha games under my belt at this point, FGO's class system is the most extreme I've seen.
It's certainly up there. I wouldn't doubt if there are other gacha games that have even more convoluted systems. Something like this, like I would argue Girls Frontline 1's mechanics are fucking even more dog shit than FGO. Like, I at least understand what I'm doing in FGO. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing in Girls for Line 1. I just followed guides for the 6 years I played and called it a day. And I was aware of like some tech that people used to do, like machine gun reload cancels and shit like that. I never tried it myself. I think they also patched those out too, so you can't do it anymore. But yeah, FGO is certainly is certainly down there. Like I mentioned earlier that I call Star Rail FGO 2.0 as a joke, because Star Rail is kind of reminiscent, emphasis on kind of, reminiscent of FGO with its like elemental weakness system, but the elemental weakness system is a fucking joke compared to this bullshit.
Usually a class or element can deal a bit more extra damage to another, but dealing double damage while only taking half damage from an enemy is kind of a big deal.
Yep.
Even if a servant does special damage.
Which is why anytime Star Rail players bitch about how, oh, you have to roll this character, it always makes me laugh, because no, compared to FGO, you don't have to roll for a DPS in Star Rail. Technically, you can go into a fucking MOC with the wrong fucking element, and you can still beat it. I don't know if you'll be able to 36 star, at least not easily, but you can still get it done. Not really the case in this game. Yeah, Psyche is definitely right. The whole double damage thing, as I referred to earlier, true advantage is a bitch in this game. This game almost forces you to consider rolling for DPSs of different classes. That's why Berserkers are such attractive servants early on, because you don't have to worry about like class advantage. Berserkers are good against everyone except for foreigners, and you don't really meet foreigners late in the game until like way later. I think the first time you meet a legit foreigner in game as an enemy is in Salem, and that's like EOR 4. And that's like the middle point, like the halfway point of the game. And the game's pretty big already in terms of like how many story chapters, how much story there is to go through. So like, yeah, Berserkers are still really good, even with foreigners in the game. Because again, all the extra classes in the game, you don't really match up against them a lot. The only times you will are like during specific story fights, or like maybe there's like a servant boss in like a farming node that happens to be a foreigner or something. But they're certainly very few and far between. Most of the time, they should be anyway. So yeah, counterclassing is a huge fucking deal. Like anytime anytime you're playing a challenge quest, you look at who the enemy servant is, and you decide, oh, who do I want to use here? The only standard times that you don't have to counterclass is when you have a DPS that has, again, as I mentioned earlier, a super effective mod against a particular enemy. That's like the one time that I can think of where it's like, okay, yeah, just you don't have to counterclass at that point, because you're relying on your particular DPS to do their insane super effective damage against that boss. For example, I bring Tama Lancer against male bosses, because Tama Lancer, her super effective mod lets her deal insane damage against guys, because her MP, the whole point of her MP is literally her kicking somebody in the balls. And I'm not kidding, she got that from Fate Extra. So yeah, like I'll bring her against, you know, non-archer enemies or non-berserker enemies in case I feel like she can get it done, and I have. I still would hesitate to bring her against sabers though. Because, yeah, doing only half damage is, again, a big deal. Such a big deal that, like, I would not recommend using servants. Even if they have a good super effective mod against them, I still wouldn't recommend it. So, yeah, Psyche's absolutely right.
Towards an enemy with a specific trait, why not just bring someone with full class advantage? Each servant also has a set of passive abilities, which are usually just small bonuses here and there, but some of the recent ones can get pretty creative.
Yep.
For each battle, you are also...
Lately, FGO has been giving servants more and more actual passes that matter. For like the first 5 years of the game or so, passives were like just an afterthought basically, or like something cute that the devs added because, oh, we want to be lore accurate or some bullshit like that. I mean, all servants are designed to be quote unquote lore accurate. Well, they take their liberties with like anniversary servants or like servants that they want to be good. But that aside, Yeah, passive skills for the most part have been like just afterthoughts. Basically, there have been, like I said, the goddess core passives. Some passives actually have been really strong over the years, but those are exceptions to the rule. And yes, it's only been somewhat recently that they've actually been like, oh, maybe we should start giving servants like actually good passives. For example, KOL, who has a free 20% MP damage buff for some reason, for free. Which is nice because she's an assassin, so it helps out her damage a little bit, quite a bit. But yes, it's still not what I would call a trend, though. They certainly have a long way to go. The La Zingle still has a long way to go in terms of like giving us like making a trend at least that, oh yeah, these servants actually have like meaningful passive buffs on across the roster. I mean, they're never gonna do that. This game has like 400 characters. They're not gonna go back and give everybody like meaningful fucking passive buffs.
Also equipped with something called a Mystic Code, essentially just an outfit that gives 3 master skills for you to use. These can range from anything from healing a servant, switching the order of a backline member, or shuffling your deck. On the upper right corner, you can also carry up to 3 command spells. You can use them to heal a servant back to full, fill the MP gauge, or using all 3, literally bring your entire party back to life and fill their MP gauges. One is refreshed every day at server reset, though the 9th anniversary will refresh all 3 per day on JP now.
And then NA NA should have that update now. And I know this video is a little bit old. I think it's like 6 months old now, half a year old. So yeah, I believe NA should have that update too. The whole you get all 3 of your command spells back every day, or yeah, every day, rather than just 1 a day.
If only Shiro had this ability in Stay Night. Now, I normally don't do a section for story content in these reviews, but since FGO is well known for it, representing a big part of its cultural significance and popularity, let's talk about it.
Yes, he should review
So after the Fuyuki prologue chapter, Kinoku Nas was hands-off in writing the first couple singularities. To put it plainly, the first 5 chapters of the story, how do I describe it? Oh yeah, not so good. Because the game was originally created as a cash grab, the story was pretty much non-existent. Orleans was really just a fan service for John, one of the most popular Fate characters, and Septum was really just...
Chapter 1 specifically, the main antagonist, Caster Gills, literally is a Jalter fanboy. Or, no, not specifically Jalter, he's a John fanboy, John Ruler. In case you don't know who I'm talking about, we're talking about John Dark, or Joan of Arc. If in English circles, in English history circles, Orleans is basically all about what if the 100 Years War got hijacked by dragons basically, and then Joan of Arc never got captured and killed by the British/French, the traitor French anyway, and Caster Gills used to be a marshal in the French army or something, and then in the Nasu verse he goes fucking insane because he gets his hands on like a eldritch book or something, and it drives him fucking insane or something like that. And because he's obsessed with the Joan of Arc, he tries to create his own Joan of Arc basically. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of and then what he creates is basically Joan of Arc Alter, or John d'Arc Alter, and we fans call her Jalter for short because first letter of her name plus Alter. And so Jalter is born, or Jalter gets created specifically because Caster Gills uses the power of the Holy Grail to create his own basically fan fiction version of Joan of Arc. He creates Jalter, and Jalter says, "Hey, you know what? Let me just summon a whole bunch of fucking dragons to ruin France." That's basically it.
Fan service for Nero Claudius.
Yes, Chapter 2 is basically just nothing but Nero fan service. Because the writer, I hear, was a huge fucking Nero simp. I mean, most of Type Moon is basically.
Turned into a waifu in this universe. When they adapted FGO into anime, they only adapted the prologue and singularities 6, 7, and the finale. The story battles...
Camelot was a movie, which is technically different, but whatever, same difference.
...were not very creative either, and the difficulty is pretty much a joke. That is, until you actually get to the good part. They realized that despite all the game's shortcomings, the game was doing well. In an effort to increase player interest, they thought, wait a minute, people are actually playing this. Maybe we should actually write some good stories. The Camelot arc was the first to receive proper care from writers, with Nas coming back as the primary creative director.
primary creative director is a weird way to put that. No, he wrote Camelot.
There was an infamous difficulty spike where this guy with the power of the sun stops you right in your tracks. Now, I often prefer games with a more gradual slope for difficulty, but
that's how you should
as I
do
mentioned
it, yes.
in the Path to Nowhere review, I understand that some players actually like sudden difficulty spikes like this one, where it forces you
Those players are fucking retarded.
to approach the game differently, and you can't just solve anything with your broken friend support. Anyways, Camelot represented a major turning point in FGO's development. Alongside the next singularity, Babylonia, the game was able to reach the
More context on that difficulty spike for those of you who don't play FGO or are not familiar with it. If you play FGO, then you'll have experienced it for yourself. It depends on like how prepared you were. The difficulty spike that he's describing here was in Camelot earlier. Let me show the Gawain guy. Where is his ass? He's back here somewhere. Oh, there's a big titty monk. Yeah, so here, this guy. Camelot had several difficulty spikes, actually. Or overall, it was a massive difficulty spike, especially for JP, back in the day, back in, like, 2016, when this chapter first came out. But it split up into, like, 3 or 4 different fights. Basically, without getting too spoilery, the bosses you fight, or the major bosses you fight here, are like powered up by the fucking Holy Grail or some shit, and so you have to fight them in order to like defeat the main bad guys. I mean, they are part of the main bad guys, so yeah, duh. Those fights were against Lancelot, Mordred. You fight Gawain twice, I believe, and then finally the final boss with Lartoria at the end. The thing about this difficulty spike. Hopefully that's not a bad word. The thing about this difficulty spike is that on JP, people were caught so off guard by it. So when we NA players, when the NA server came out, because we have clairvoyance, or that's what we like to call our, us knowing what's ahead of us for 2 years, because JP's already gotten it, and we're gonna get it too. We knew that Camelot was going to be a huge difficulty spike, or at least that's what we were told. Because at the time, as Psyche mentioned earlier, most of the game was shit-ass easy. It was butt-fucking easy. Does anyone say that? Anyways. It was super easy, right? That's the point. But Camelot was like... Camelot, for the JP players, they came in and fucking slapped their asses real fucking hard. Because, again, most people at the time didn't know how to play the fucking game. I don't know if anybody did, really. To be perfectly honest with you. And remember, back then, they didn't have a lot of the same quality of life buffs that we had. Leveling up characters was a huge chore. Much more so than what any of us can even imagine. Like, even myself, because I never played JP. I never played OG JP FGO. I only played starting with the NA server. And the NA server, like I said earlier, got a whole ton of quality of life buffs that made it so that we never had to deal with a lot of the initial bullshit that JP FGO originally had to. So just for context, the JP players at the time had a ton of trouble with it, and for good reason. Us NA players, if you were not prepared at all, right, or just if you're playing FGO these days at all, not just back in the day, if you're not prepared for the difficulty spike that Camelot throws at you and fucking slams your head with, slams you in the face with, then yes, it will be very tough. But most of the fights actually have hard counters. Specifically for this Gawain fight, we have a 3-star servant who hard counters this asshole. Her name's Uriel. She's pretty good. The reason why she's so good is because she specifically charms male bosses. Gawain has a dick as far as I'm aware. So yeah, Uriel hard counters the shit out of him. So Uriel alone kind of invalidates this fight. That, and assuming you know how to play the fight well, and you know how to charm lock. That's the whole thing against Gawain. You just basically charm lock him into oblivion and make it so he can't really act at all. That, and Uriel also has a charge drain. It's RNG, but if it goes through, it delays his MP like 1 turn or something. That's obviously very, very huge. And then she's an archer, so she has true class advantage. So it's like she's the perfect counter to this bastard. I think the other fights might also have some absolute hard counters, if I can speak properly as well. Honestly, the Mordred fight might be the toughest one for a lot of people, just because she spams her MP every single turn, and that's really hard to deal with if you've never like dealt with something like that before. And of course, if you don't have the right servants to deal with that. So yeah, the difficulty spike was really tough for people who were not prepared for this. But if you were like me, and if you were like a lot of other try-hard ass nerds back in the day, where we knew what was coming and we prepared for it accordingly, it wasn't really that bad.
Right in your tracks. Now, I often prefer games with a more gradual, slow, larger turning point in FGO's development. Alongside the next singularity, Babylonia, the game was able to reach the apex of its popularity in the 2016 and 2017 period. The world...
Was it its apex? Yeah, I guess so. Because one of the images he used at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of the video, was like, oh yeah, it showed like their stats back in like, what, 2018? I think it was the Twitter trend tag, the tag list or something. So I guess he's not wrong there. It just sounds kind of weird to put it like that, but yeah, I guess he's not wrong.
Genuinely felt alive, and the characters were fleshed out. The fights were no longer huge enemies with inflated health bars, and some bosses have some pretty interesting gimmicks. For the time, I didn't regret my decision to start this game at all. I mean, the story was scattered in bite-sized pieces, so I didn't have to commit too long when I was commuting to university at the time. I mean, the full party revives with the command spells makes it so that even if you don't care about pulling for meta units, you can still enjoy the story despite the difficult encounters. After Babylonia, it was time for the finale of the main story chapters. The Solomon raid of 2016 was arguably FGO at its peak. All masters were tasked with bringing down
FGO at its peak, maybe at the time, but since story is kind of what he's trying to talk about here, no, that would be Lost Spell 6.
On the 6 demon pillars in order to access the final boss and finish the story. It was an exciting era, and there was no better time to
good old Regin with his old-ass animations.
The final boss
back then.
encounter, possibly one of the hardest for its time, was truly challenging and deserving of its hype. Or, you can just cheese it. Anyways, after the main arc concluded, there were also 4...
Heracles hard counters Goetia. All you had to do was put in like a filler front line, and then let them all get blasted, and then you just have a solo Herc coming. The reason why he says cheese is because solos in this game, normally in FGO you have to use a full, character lineup. The game won't let you start outside of like a few like story exceptions. FGO will not allow you to start a fight or start a battle or node or whatever we want to call it with less than 3 characters or less than 3 servants. You have to start with the full front line at least. You don't have to bring in a full 6-member party, but you have to start with at least 3, including your support. However, in case you aren't aware of this yourself, there are a dedicated... Well, I should mention the mechanics first before I talk about the rest of the community. You can't... Sometimes it is actually optimal or better to play with a single servant. The advantages of doing solos basically are that you no longer have to worry about card cycles because you only have one servant on the field. Right, so every turn is going to be only cards from that servant. You don't have to deal with card RNG, right? Like as in like you don't know which card you're going to get next, and so it makes planning ahead much simpler because you only have to care about one servant rather than 3 at a time. And and because you only have one servant, it's just free Brave Chains over and over and over and over. So. There are servants in this game who perform extremely well as solos. Ku, 3-star Ku is one of them. He's pretty infamous for his solos thanks to Honako, another FGO, very well-known FGO CC. Avenger Ushi is a servant I think Psyche used at some point throughout this video in one of his gameplay clips. Is also a very well-known soloer. Herc as well, because his Bond C is one of the most infamous Cs in the game because it gives him 3 guts. And in game in FGO, if you are the last servant standing and you have a guts effect and you die, what guts does is it instantly revives you and prevents you from dying. An additional perk of that is that in the vast majority of cases, there are like some exceptions that are really annoying, but most of the time, if you are the last servant standing and you have to use a guts, and the servant and the enemy who hits you hasn't used up all their 3 actions yet, it just immediately ends their turn because the game sees, oh yeah, this is your last servant. It'd be unfair if if the enemy like just burned your guts and just killed you right after. So that's also another perk of like running solos, is that if they have a guts on and they get used because your servant dies and they get revived, there you go, you just got a free turn when your servant was supposed to die. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of guts, so makes sense.
Filler chapters. These are just whatever. I like some of them, but ultimately these chapters are optional. And
those filler, flashbang.
So
those filler chapters he's talking about are the EOR chapters. They're called Epic of Remnant. Those chapters came out while after part 1 was finished, and they bought time for Nasu to like figure out Nasu and the other writers, because obviously he's not the only writer. He's the main one. It gave FGO time to like think about, where did they want to take the story next. So yeah, those, he's not wrong. They were basically filler episodes. Some of them are obviously better than others. Agartha is infamously the worst one. Shimosa and Shinjuku are the two most popular ones out of the 4. With Salem being like a weird third. I actually don't know how well the community received Salem. Most people see Salem as, oh yeah, we get to farm for steaks for Ershigol, or I'm a big Abigail fan. I wonder why. But yeah, I believe Shimosa and Shinjuku were the 2 most popular EORs. Agartha is just hot dog shit for the most part.
Cosmos in the Lost Belt, where you're tasked with, again, solving 7 singularities where a tree of emptiness is corrupting that time.
Technicality, they are not singularities. Singularities are technically something different. These are way different. They're called Lost Belts. We call us FGO players, veteran FGO players anyway, we call the first 6 or 7 singularities Part 1. Technically, we call the Lost Belts, we should also call the Lost Belts Part 2. We just call them Lost Belts instead because that sounds cooler. But Lost Belts are different from singularities. I can explain why, but that would be spoilers.
Timeline. Teaming up with MASH, Sherlock Holmes, which I'm not sure how FGO got the license to use that name, since A's attorney had to change it to Herlock Sholmes. Gordov, the pompous director,
about it.
Don't
worry
Da
about
Vinci,
it.
who has turned into a lolly. Arc 2 is still ongoing to this day, even on the JP servers 7 years later. I think
technically, I actually don't know how the JP players consider Ordeal Call. To me, Lost Belts ended with Lost Belt 7. Lost Belt 7 is the final Lost Belt, and NA has it now, so technically we should also be done with Lost Belt 2. Well, not LB2, but, 2 as in TOO. I consider Ordeal Call to be kind of like an Arc 2.5. It gives me EOR vibes, where it's like, yeah, the Ordeal Call stories are just buying time for Nasu and the other writers to figure out what the hell they want to take FGO Story next. So I don't know if I quite agree with Ordeal Call being part of Arc 2, but then again, that's JP, so go with whatever the JP players say.
I think a lot of the aspects of storytelling and gameplay have improved in the second arc. The bosses have the break bar mechanic, where you can only deplete a maximum of 1 bar per turn, so you can't just stack every possible buff in existence and blow away the boss in a single turn. The designs are more intricate, where there's some encounters where you're actually up against another master.
The break bar mechanic, you can thank Merlin for that.
I know the events are scripted and it's really just sprites moving across the screen, but all these small touches really makes it feel like you're battling in the Fate universe. I think what something Arc 2 does really well is really encapsulating the feeling of hopelessness. You barely escape from Chaldea, you're in a foreign snowy region, and you don't know how close or how many the enemies are. One moment you're up against the ruler of China from the Qin dynasty, then you're trying to take down the Olympian gods. There are animated cutscenes now, and some of the Lost Belts, especially the later ones, are genuinely very well written. Lost Belt 6 represents such a bombshell that if someone argued it was the best story arc in a gacha game ever, I would not even contest it. On the JP
That's me. I'm that someone.
side, the 7 Lost Belts have ended, but there was a new sub-arc called Ordeal Call that continues part 2.
Okay, so you mentioned
the basic takeaway is that FGO has some of the strongest story writing in gacha gaming, especially getting into the later chapters. It is very good. The only thing is that if you are interested in diving into the lore, there's no skip function to go straight to the Lost Belts. You have to slog through the early chapters first. We will talk about that later.
Or, you know, you can just read all the story online because you don't have to play the fucking game itself to read it. That's what I mentioned earlier. If you just want to read the story, if you just want the lore bits, just watch it on YouTube. People have all the entire FGO story, including JP, translated on YouTube, or maybe not specifically in like YouTube video format, but you can find the translated scripts for the current JPFGO story out there. JPFGO is still so popular that we have Westerners like translating it like as it comes out, basically. So if you just want to keep up with FGO story-wise, but you don't want to deal with the fucking game itself, and that's how I encourage you to like keep up with FGO, don't play the game, just read the story. Yeah, you don't even have to play the game for that.
But for now, let's start the critique.
So before he gets into this next section here, wow, I've already been yapping for 2.5 hours, and I've only gone through the first 3-4 sections. I'm definitely gonna have to split my own review up into like at least like 3 or 4 videos. Goddamn. Anyways, so it's good to hear. It's good to hear that Psyche has a positive opinion of FGO Story. Not surprised. Lost Spell 6 is peak gacha story writing. At least until I get convinced to go play Limbus Company, because I still don't play that game yet, and Limbus Company has God knows how many glazers out there. I would have played it if I actually. Do I want to get into that here? I won't. If you want to know why I don't play Limbus Company, just tune into one of my streams. I'll explain it to you there. In any case, what I want to add about FGO Story is that because it sounds like Psyche started with Genshin. I mean, he said it himself. So and again, I'm not trying to say this as an insult, but I consider Psyche to be a new age gacha player because he started with Genshin. But a lot of gacha players these days are, to be fair. So if you started with Genshin as like your very first gacha game, right? Or maybe not even Genshin, maybe just any new age gacha game. Any gacha game that I consider new age, or in other words, came out after 2020, or at least after Genshin did, is what I consider to be new age. And especially if you're used to how stories are done in 3D gachas, Genshin, Star Rail, Wuwa, you don't know peak storytelling. Right? You don't know what a real gacha story sounds or looks or even reads like. You don't know peak storytelling. Like, I see, maybe not on a daily basis, but I see on a regular basis, like, takes on Twitter or on social media in general, in like stream chats or whatever, right? People being like, oh my god, Star Rail has the best story, or whatever other retarded bullshit that people say. And I just sit here like, if only they knew, man. If only they fucking knew. Like, I don't hate people who glaze other stories like Star Rail or something. Like, if you have your, like, you can argue it just comes down to personal preference at the end of the day. Sure, whatever. If that's how you want to angle it, then sure, I can't really say anything against that. But, you know, as is typical of internet behavior, when people, you know, really like something, they tend to elevate it to on a conceptual level, they tend to elevate it to the level of truth. As in, they start talking in absolutes, right? Oh, Star Rail has the best story. No, it doesn't. Matter of fact, Star Rail's story is fucking dog shit. Even if I don't compare it to FGO, it's still hot dog shit. But unfortunately for Hoyo, I do play FGO. I have read all its stories, or most of them anyway. All the mainline stories, that is, I have read. And yeah, Star Rail's story is nowhere close to FGO's story writing. Ironic considering Star Rail takes place in like the far fucking future where, you know, people have traveled the stars and shit, and it's kind of weird to think that FGO's universe is ahead, light years ahead of fucking Star Rail's story. Kind of funny if I put it that way. Anyways, everything that Psyche said about FGO Story is in fact true. or I agree with. Maybe not true because I just talked about how I don't like how people talk in extremes. I agree with what Psyche said. I think his analysis of FGO Story is spot on. I would also like to add that FGO Story is the only story that actually gets me actually fucking emotional. The reason for that is because, actually, surprisingly, not even because of the main characters themselves, though sometimes, the shit that the main characters go through is like, yeah, like, that they're, it's pretty huge, or it's pretty moving, let's just say. However, I want to say that one of FGO's main differences is that they actually make you care about their fucking NPCs, right? In every story, every chapter of FGO, you almost always have like either major characters that are just major characters for that chapter, or there are some recurring characters, obviously included, mainly your main team, your main Chaldean team. They're obviously recurring characters. Well, most of the time anyway. But then in each individual story chapter, be it Singularity or Lost Belt, each of them has their own cast of NPCs, right? Sometimes those NPCs even get their own art. That's how much emphasis they put on their NPCs, and they have those NPCs play maybe not a major role because again they're just NPCs, but they do have an effect on the story. And some of the shit that they go through, and the shit that happens to them, the shit that they do, is really moving. It's impactful. I don't get that sense from at least the fucking 3D gacha games, right? I'm not saying that the 3D gacha games can't do that. I'm pretty sure. I believe Genshin has a couple of side quests where it's like, oh yeah, they focus on the NPCs, and as a result, when you go read through those particular side stories, like you feel something for the side characters. I think that's good, but that's not how most of its story goes. Most of 3D gacha story goes something like, oh, it's all about the main characters. The NPCs are just kind of there to, give the main character, like put the characters more in the limelight. That sort of, bullshit. I don't want to call it weak storytelling because I don't know if I'm in a position to, judge storytelling or like critique, story writing that much. I just know enough to know that FGO story writing is the best by far out of all the gacha games I've played, at least. At least maybe until I go read Limbus Company, but that's not going to happen. At least not anytime soon. But FGO, the point I want to make is that FGO story is like, it actually gets me invested to a level, to a degree that I have not had any other gacha do the same for. It makes you care about all of its characters, including the NPCs. Well, most of them anyway. And yeah, and the like the climaxes of their stories, like the zingers that they have, like the plot bombs that they drop on your ass. They're fucking fantastic. Not to say that it's all perfect, of course. I do have some gripes with Lost Belt 6, for example. But even with my problems with the few problems I do have with Lost Belt 6 story writing, it's far better than anything else I've ever seen. So that's what I have to add about the story part here.
This is a long.
For this video, since I've already been yapping for going on 3 hours now, I think I'll just cover this progression section, and then I'll cover the rest of the FGO review video in, like, I don't know, over the course of like
For the remainder of the video, I will be giving the usual below, within, or above expectations rating for each section, starting with progression. I will critique FGO with the exact same metrics as any other gacha games I have reviewed. I do not care about any limitations with FGO's shoddy engine. If a common feature is not available based on 2024 standards, then I will simply say that it's missing that feature and that it's not up to my standards. It's up to Lasengo or Aniplex to address the problems that the game may have. I feel the need to...
Yes, and I agree with that. I know that there might be other content creators or maybe even viewers who are like, oh no, like you're being unfair. No, I think Psyche is being completely reasonable here. And the reason why is because if you want to start FGO in current year, then you're going to judge FGO by current year standards. You're not going to judge FGO by fucking 2017 or even 2015 standards back when it first came out. I mean, it helps to know like the context behind like or the context for like why some things are the way they are. But most new players are not going to give a shit about that, right? So yes, I agree with Psyche's like stance here. I would judge FGO the exact same way too, especially for someone who's played this shit for basically as long as it's been out, at least for the NA server. Yes, whatever is trash about FGO, like no matter how you spin it, it's trash. So let's see what he has to say.
To clarify this, because I know people will say that some of FGO's problems can be excused since the game engine is so old. I personally disagree. Since Aniplex makes so much money from this game, it should be a reasonable assumption that they do have the budget and the capability of addressing some of them. And it would be unfair to make an exception to FGO when the same standards were held to all the other games I've reviewed. The gameplay may be from another era.
Ironically, I'm actually going to make an excuse for Aniplex here too, because he did bring up their revenue sales or their sales charts or some shit. Keep in mind that most of the money that FGO makes, it goes to Sony. My understanding of FGO's like publisher slash developer situation is that FGO devs actually don't have a lot of money to work with. Actually, the reason why FGO's content, he might actually mention this later in the video too, the reason why FGO's content has slowed down considerably since, for like the past, like, I don't know, 2-3 years, ever since they rebranded to Losangle, is because FGO is actually, at least in part or like mostly owned by Sony. I think Sony owns like major shares in like Aniplex or something. I think that's how it works. Don't quote me though. I didn't do my research on this, and I probably should, to be honest with you. But my understanding is that Sony actually profits massively from FGO. Yes, that Sony, the uber mega Japanese conglomerate, the PlayStation guys, basically. They basically eat up a lot of FGO's would-be profits. So even with all the money that FGO makes, the developers actually don't really see a lot of that. I would say most of it they're never gonna see. So that certainly might explain why its content has gotten very slow as of late. I will say though, I don't know that situation very well. That's what I understand. So I could be wrong about a lot of details. I could even be wrong about it entirely too. It might be that bad, but that's my understanding. So that's what I'm gonna tell. That's what I'm gonna say here. So yeah, ironic. However, I do agree that that's still not a good enough excuse to not update FGO, have it evolve over the years. Yeah. My biggest problem, I'll bring it up again in case it gets relevant again. My biggest problem with FGO is that it just doesn't feel like it's evolving very much. Like FGO, its core gameplay at least, like it's more or less the same. As it's been the same for like quite some time now. I mean, there have been like major gameplay jumps, evolutions you could even call it, but like what I'm thinking of, like I have a lot of suggestions for what kind of direction I want to see FGO take in the future. Those directions are far more drastic than anything I've seen Losangle do in the past like 2-3 years, ever since they rebranded to Losangle when they separated from Delightworks. So let's just say that I don't really have a lot of faith in FGO really changing as much as I want it to. I'll elaborate more on it perhaps later if I remembered to anyway. But just know that those are my opinions on the matter. And that, yes, I agree with Psyche. He should, judge and critique FGO by today's standards and not let any like historical like, oh, this is how things were back then, like hold him back.
Meaning the core loop cannot be changed, and that is fine. I actually think in terms of the UI's aesthetics, it's all the old school and unique. FGO is a turn-based visual novel style gacha, and it should stay that way. There's a reason I don't judge the gameplay in my reviews. I can't simply say that an open world game is better than a visual novel. That would be comparing apples and oranges.
Yeah, because there's stylistic differences. You can't really judge styles, because the most you can really say about styles is that, oh, I prefer this over that. Stylistic judgments are always going to be subjective.
No one wants to fundamentally change FGO into an open world or shooter game. When someone compares one of FGO's features to another game, what you need to understand is that they're not comparing the premise and genre of them. They are comparing the quality and standard when it comes to handling that feature, of what they, including myself, believe should be reasonable expectations. For example, developer feedback. How often does the development team respond to players and improve upon what's there? It doesn't matter what genre of game it is, developer responsiveness is universally important for building goodwill and trust of the player base. How about a crossplay feature? Players should be able to seamlessly carry their progress to another device and continue playing from there. Doesn't matter what genre of game it is. Crossplay is a standard modern feature in these mobile games.
I don't really like his use of the term crossplay here. Crossplay, when I think of crossplay, the definition that comes to me immediately is like, oh, you can play with other players across different platforms. Like, oh, when I play, for example, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, I can get into a lobby with with either console players or other PC players at the same time. That's what I think of when I hear the word crossplay. The term he wants to use here, though that I think he should use here instead, is account transfer.
Not having it doesn't make FGO have its own unique identity. It makes it an inferior product. A review is ultimately
the example he brought up there with account transfer for FGO, yeah, FGO, the way you transfer your account, or the way you get your FGO account onto other devices, it works like this. There's an in-game setting that you have to go to when you make your account. If you don't do it, or if you forget to do it, then you're never gonna do it, and you can potentially lose your account. If you'll lose your account forever. If you somehow lose your device, you break it or you forget it somewhere, you can't recover it or anything like that. And you can never recover your account. Well, I say never, but the one way you can is if you can try your luck at the Aniplex help desk and see if they can give you a code to restore your account so you can put it back onto one of your devices that you do have. But anyways, you have to go to your settings and you have to make a bind code. That's what it's called, a bind code. And you have to keep that code either digitally or physically. And you have to remember it. When you want to transfer your account, you have to make a password for it too. And this does not involve any emails at all. There is an exception in China. On the Chinese server, FGO actually does have a proper, what we call a proper account transfer system, but that's only in China, I believe. I think there might be something in Japan too, but it's not as fleshed out in China, because in China, I think 4 or 5 years back, maybe 3 or 4 years back, the CCP or was it CCP? They had some sort of legislation where, or was it just an in-game decision? I actually forget. Anyways, the important part is that the Chinese server for FGO made it so that you have to connect your Chinese phone number or something like that, your ID number or Chinese phone number or something like that, to your Bilibili account. And Bilibili is the publisher. Got another sub notice, sub alert on YouTube. Your Bilibili account, or Bilibili, is the publisher of FGO in China. So FGO CN is, I think, the only server that actually has what we would call a proper transfer account, or at least a modern day one, or at least something that looks like it. Here in NA, however, we still don't have that. We still have the original bind code system, where you have to make a bind code, attach that to a password, or make a password for it. You can't use your emails or anything at all. There's no proprietary Aniplex website or that you can do this on. No, it's all in game. And if you want to transfer your account onto another device, onto an emulator, for example, or different phones at least, you have to re-download FGO onto that device, emulator or new phone or whatever, even tablet. And you have to punch in your bind code, letter for letter. And by the way, this bind code is randomly generated too, and it'll give you both caps and and lowercase letters. So you have to make sure your fucking bind code is perfect. You can't copy paste it. And, well, I guess you might be able to if you put it on an emulator or something. You put your password on your email or something like that. Or, keep it digitally on your PC or something. And you put in your password, and then you hit OK, and you pray your account transfers. I mean, if you get your bind code and your password correct, it should go through no problem. I've done it a couple times myself. It works. It works fine. The problem is that if you want to transfer it back to another device or back to your original device, whichever it is, you have to do that shit all over again. Right? Modern gacha games, you can have your account information logged on to different devices, and it's like, oh, as long as your client itself is up to date, right? It has the latest patches and whatnot. You can just play. You can just keep playing on that device. You know, I'm playing Nikke, for example, on PC, on its PC client. Oh, I gotta go somewhere, or I feel like just lying in bed and playing Nikke on my phone instead. All right, let me whip out my phone, turn off my PC, whip out my phone. There we go. It's that easy. Right, I don't have to re-download Nikke all over again. No, you have to do that shit for FGO. It's super fucking annoying. It's super fucking stupid. Again, spaghetti code for FGO. Then I don't know if they're ever gonna put in like a proper account transfer system. They probably won't. At least I don't expect them to. It's been It's been what? It's gonna be 10 years this year for JP, and they still don't have that shit. It took them fucking 7 or 8 years to get a fucking pity. So like, do I expect them to get something like this? Hell no. And that's just something you gotta fucking deal with.
Informed opinion. I will judge FGO based on my standards and expectations. You might have a different set of standards and disagree,
as you should.
and that is okay. But this is my review. So, progression in FGO. Let's talk about it. Using the time-gated currency called AP, you can use it to clear certain levels to gain certain
AP is your
upgrade
stamina.
materials or progress in the story. I should note it's one of those games where everything requires it. If you run out, you actually just can't do anything. Luckily, the game is quite generous with these apples that restore AP, but if you're a veteran, you'll know to save up these apples to farm certain events that have better drop rates. All servants can be ascended 4 times, and their default level cap depends on the rarity. 1 stars have a cap of level 60, 2 stars at 65, 3 stars at 70, 4 stars at 80, and 5 stars at 90. This means low rarity units get shafted pretty hard here since their stats are gonna be gimped. The majority of the low rarities considered good are either ones that give supportive buffs, taunters, or just kill themselves off so a better unit can take their place. For 3 of the Ascensions, you also unlock a new appearance for the servants in
He does kind of like gloss over the lower rarity characters. He did mention in the beginning that lower rarity characters can be useful. The whole idea with low rarity servants in FGO anyway is that they can be good, you just gotta know how to use them. They can absolutely have an effect on, or make an impact on your challenge quest runs, your story runs, even your farming runs. I mean, yeah, Arash, for example. But don't take Psyche the wrong way here. They are still very useful. This isn't like most other gacha games out there, Nikke, for example. Or hell, even like the modern Hoyo games, where like if you're I mean, technically even the 4-star characters, they're all decent, with maybe a couple exceptions. But you can still use them, right? It's just nobody uses them because everybody, circle jerks meta all the time in fucking Hoyo games all the time, and like you don't use that many characters to begin with, so like why would you ever invest in the characters that you know you're never gonna use? So that just encourages, that just fosters, that just propagates even more of a meta horror, sort of community meta, to be redundant. But anyways, remember that lower rarity characters in FGO are useful, despite their lower stats, because skills, the power of skills don't really care what your rarity is, and yeah, don't underestimate them. You never know when you got to use a lower rated character and be like, oh, this is exactly what I need to beat this boss. And there are events that FGO has, not all the time, but there are going to be events, we call them the tower events, that require you to use lots of different characters. And so lower rated characters can also be useful in that sense.
in-game sprites. And again, you can see that low rarities get gimped here since most of them just add an extra article of clothing while the SSRs change their sprites completely.
Yeah, another old-timey thing. It's not just SSRs, though. Let me give you additional context. This is not me making an excuse. Even lower rarity servants should also get new costumes per Ascension. That's an old-time thing. The vast majority of of low rarity characters, the 1, 2, 3 stars in this game, they came out in the first couple of years of the game when servant ascensions weren't very elaborate, right? Well, I say that as he's showing Squirtoria here, or Archuria here, as most people call her, who does actually have three unique costumes. But even for a lot of older SSRs, they didn't get unique costumes either. At least not to my knowledge. I mean, like Vanilla Saber, like she just gets more clothing and that's it, right? She just puts on armor and shit. Right? Her first ascension is her in her blue gown, right? Her blue battle gown, and then her second ascension is her most famous look in her armor, and her third ascension is just her with a big ass fucking cape and a crown on her head. That's it. So it's not that SSRs. It's not that that's a universal rule. It does apply generally in most cases, to be fair. It's just something to keep in mind because as the game goes on, as FGO developed over the years, obviously they started to put in more effort into making servant ascension costumes more elaborate and shit like that. And obviously with any other gacha, the FGO puts out way more 5 stars and even 4 stars than 3, 2, and 1 stars. So I get where Psyche's coming from with this. It's just it's not entirely accurate.
Leveling servants uses an item called Ember, which is farmable via one of the daily nodes. Except unlike a common currency like any other gacha game, Embers physically take up a slot in your inventory. While this is usually not an issue most of the time, it's just a hassle to micromanage it, since all other gachas I played just have leveling materials as a currency.
Yep.
Speaking of which,
this is something that I mentioned in my old school versus new school video. Go check that out. You can search it up on my channel. It should be one of the more recent videos that I made within the past like two months or so. Yeah. Embers and like materials and like servants like physically taking up space in your inventory is definitely an old school gacha thing. You know FGO is an old school gacha because it does that. Level up materials physically take up space. And Psyche says that it's not usually an issue. No, it will be. No, it will eventually be. You have to understand, you have to know that, oh yeah, I have like a second archive that I can use and I can expand so I can, keep more embers and other stuff that I don't want to see in my main inventory there, so I can pull it out later whenever I want. And even worse, you have to use your fucking gift box as a third form of storage because your main inventory might not be big enough to hold everything. So no, it is a big issue. It is very fucking annoying. I'd like to go into detail with that, but if you don't play FGO, you're not going to know what the fuck I'm talking about. But just know that this is one of those old school symptoms that I'm glad new gacha games don't make you have to fucking deal with anymore. Yeah. Just, hey, you have the experience? All right, cool. You can just level them up. As long as you have enough experience, as long as you have enough credits in case, a gacha game requires you to pay credits as well along with the XP, like more or something, then yeah, that's all you need to worry about. You don't have to worry about fucking inventory shit or anything like that.
FGO does have QP as its common gold currency for pretty much any types of upgrades. This is again farmed via one of the daily nodes. The numerous other upgrade materials are either farmed via a free quest in the game world or purchased from the shop, usually during events. Most will argue that it's best to hold out until an event sells them, since it's typically not so AP efficient if you do farm it manually and drops are not guaranteed, so you can literally run through the level multiple times just to get nothing. There is a separate type of upgrade card.
Old school story here. Before FGO standardized their material drop rates, we're talking year 1. Even NA had to suffer through this. I remember the good old days of staying up until like 4 or 5 a.m. Grinding one story node for like a fucking 1 or less than 1% chance for a gold material drop. For a material drop, not even a fucking servant or like a character, just a fucking material just so I could ascend them. Those were the days, man. Not. Yeah, back when the game first came out, yeah. The drop rates for materials were horrendous. You can tell I'm having war flashbacks just because just off the fact I'm going non-verbal in a lot of cases. So yeah, those I don't wish those days upon anyone. Those days are painful, very painful. And yeah, even still to this day, FGO doesn't give you guaranteed drop rates. I mean, we did have some weird events where it's like, oh yeah, the drop rate here is so good that you basically get a material drop every single run. We've had events like that, but those were like exceptions. We don't really get events like that anymore. These days, drop rates for materials have been standardized. So like the materials have 3 different tiers, rarity tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. Bronze materials at their best nodes have around a 60% drop rate, 60. Silver materials have around, I want to say, like 25 to 30%, and then gold materials have anywhere from 10 to 15%. Sometimes 20. I think it's 20% for berserker horns, I think, or chimera horns. Sorry, not berserker horns. I mean, usually they're berserkers, so technically you're not wrong, but yeah, a couple exceptions to that. But generally speaking, that's about the rule. Not only that, but we veteran FGO players usually tell other like newbies just to wait for events. Just try. If you have to, if you need materials right away, then sure, just go find the best story node where you can farm those, and good luck. But if you can wait, just wait for a new event to drop, because all the event nodes also have like extra materials that you can just farm naturally there, because they're like they spawn an enemy type that drops a particular material for you. So if in case you need that material, knocked my hand against my table again. In case you need that material, just wait for an event node, right? See what look up our next event we're getting, see if one of its event nodes drops you a material that you really need to farm a lot of. And if it does, all right, there you go ham.
Cards called faux pas, which you can feed to a servant to permanently raise their base stats. You can feed up to 1,000 points of faux pas for HP and attack respectively. You can raise it for another 1,000 with gold faux pas, which is given out a bit more infrequently. When leveling skills,
a bit more. Gold foes are very rare. You only get them through events, which, especially with how infrequent events are these days, you don't get a whole lot. Now, these days, they at least give you like 4, maybe 6, depending on the event, so it's not that bad. But no, you get regular 3-star foes much more frequently. Gold foes are still quite rare. Yeah. Gold foes are extremely valuable because of that, because they're so infrequent, and each individual gold foe only gives you plus 20. So you need 50 pairs to give a servant who already has 1k up to 2k. So it's not a bit, or at least it certainly doesn't feel that way.
Cooldown of the skill is decreased by 1 turn whenever the skill hits level 6 and 10, which is the maximum. And I don't believe there has been an exception to this rule.
Nope, no
Craft
exceptions.
essences can also be leveled and limit broken. Lower rarities having a lower cap than the higher ones. These can give either HP or attack, or a combination of both. You can level them by using other CEs or specific XP CEs. If you pull multiple copies of a unit, you can upgrade.
Oh, he didn't talk about craft essence bombs. The trick we veteran FGO players like to use is called craft essence bombing. Basically what a CE bomb is we intentionally level up a lower rarity craft essence. So my favorite is usually 2-star CEs, because if you have 6 2-star max level CEs, they're all at level 55, it's been calculated that 6 2-star max level CE bombs give you just barely a little bit over the amount of XP you would need to get a 5-star craft essence, a limit broken 5-star craft essence from level 15 up to level 100. Reason why it's level 15 is because that's the minimum level a limit broken 5-star craft essence can be, because you're combining 5 different craft essences into one, and combining those extra copies also gives a little bit of XP. So usually most 5-star limited broken craft essences will start at level 15. And the reason why you want to do craft essence bombs like this is because it saves QP. If you try to level up a max limit broken 5-star craft essence directly, that costs a lot of QP, or at least much more than if you were to level up like lower rarity craft essences. So it's basically a QP saver. Yeah. Not only that, but it's a little, I guess it's a little bit more convenient too, because you can easily level up lower rarity craft instances. Once they're max level, you lock it for the time being, save it for later, and then get started working on another one, right? And then when it's time to use those craft essence bombs, because you want to get a particular limit broken 5-star craft essence up to max right away, unlock those 6 of them, and then feed it all to a limit broken 5-star craft essence, and there you go. You got an instant level 100 5-star craft essence, and it saves you a ton of QP that way. So in case you have to worry about how much QP you have, yeah, that's what most of us do. Again, another one of those things that the game literally never tells you.
Or specific XP CEs. If you pull multiple copies of a unit, you can upgrade their NP level, which increases the damage, assuming that it actually does damage, or the potency of any buffs or debuffs. The NP level can go up to a maximum of 5, but the biggest change will be from NP level 1 to 2, which grants the most amount of damage increase, while the later ones slowly give diminishing returns. NP levels will also increase the
on the NP level buff progression, the biggest upgrade for an NP, this applies to all NPs actually, is the jump from MP1 to MP2. Going from MP1 to MP2 is the biggest strength buff that an MP gets, either whether or not they're a support MP or a damaging MP. That jump from MP1 to MP2 is so drastic that, to my understanding, going from MP1 to MP2 is basically about the same amount of power jump that you get from going from MP2 to MP5. So 2 copies is an equivalent or at least similar amount of power spike compared to your last 3 upgrades. That's why MP2 is really, really important for servants just in general. Not only just for the extra 200% expansion gauge, right? Going from just only having 100% cap to 200% cap, but also making your MP stronger. It's the most, I guess you could say, the most economical power boost for MPs. If you're talking about like, oh, I want to roll more MP copies for a servant or something like that. I've been told that the jump from MP1 to MP2 is not the same as MP2 and MP5, but I've never been told otherwise. I haven't seen any evidence to suggest otherwise. Maybe technically, like mathematically speaking, that's not quite right. But either way, even if I'm wrong, what's not up for debate is that the jump from MP1 to MP2 is the biggest improvement in your MP that a servant can get.
Increase, while the later ones slowly give diminishing returns. MP levels will also increase the default overcharge limit so that you can raise your MP gauge above 100%. Since some low rarities are pretty good too, you can basically just imagine this as a freebie. Each of a servant's 5 cards can also be equipped with a command code. They are essentially small boosts whenever that card is used, like generating stars or NP, afflicting a status effect, and so on. Command codes can be obtained via clearing certain event quests, some of them pulled on the friend point gacha too. Most of the time, these are small upgrades to your characters, but there are a couple units that can benefit a lot from these, such as Robin Hood, who deals more damage to targets afflicted with poison. A servant's command cards.
More details on the command code mechanic or the command code items. This is an extremely endgame item. Technically speaking, you do not need to use command codes in order to go through the entire game. These command codes are like super nerdy, like endgame shit. That come in very handy, obviously, for if you're like trying to do like challenge runs, or if you're trying to specifically tailor a servant to have a play style that you want them to have, especially if like they need help doing it. For example, my best example is that one of my favorite servants, Yang Yuhuan, as I mentioned earlier, she's the Chinese foreigner girl, the blue Chinese foreigner girl with the blue fire and shit. Her whole gameplay revolves around her putting burn on people and doing massive amounts of single target damage to them with her NP, because her NP does extra bonus damage to her super effective damage that I mentioned earlier against any enemy that has an active burn demerit. The problem is that on her own, she cannot directly apply burn to enemies. The only 2 ways she can are she has to use her first skill, I think it is, or maybe, no, her third skill, sorry. Her first skill is just a taunt. So in other words, you have to basically use her first and third skills together just to be able to do this. But her third skill is a special like state that she puts herself into, like an install, you can almost think of it as, where if enemies hit her or they attack her, she puts burn on them. So obviously you can see how that combos with her first skill, which is a taunt and an invul, by the way. So she can basically force enemies to get burned, pretty much. The problem is that she has to use skills. It's a very indirect way of putting burn on enemies. There's nothing she can do to, like, none of her skills like directly put burn on enemies like most skills do. Well, that, and she can use her MP, but that ends your turn, obviously, because you have to use your turn in order to attack. Like, it'd be much better if she could just put burn on people using a skill, but this is the trade-off, right? So for my young Yuhan, I've given her, most of her command codes are basically, she can put burn on enemies using her face cards, and that helps out her game plan dramatically. But outside like exceptions like that, again, I still stand by my stance that you don't really need to care about command codes. Again, these command codes will only really ever come into play for challenge quests, story quests, and stuff like that. They're really meant to like enhance a servant's already existing gameplay rather than like try to correct their I say that, but Tamalancer exists, at least before we got our third skill buff, so maybe it does correct some of their flaws too. But it's definitely, outside of like those exceptions, most servants don't need command codes. Again, these are just like super hyper endgame shit that if you want to get really nerdy with this game, that's what these are for the most part. Your average FGO player isn't going to give two shits about this, or about command codes.
Can be strengthened by using an item called Beast's Footprint. You can get one of these every 7 days of login. I mostly forget this thing even exists, but in case a certain card is used by that unit a lot, you can put upgrades into this. You can
the Beast card is like one of the most useless mechanics in this game, like upgrade things in this game. And I don't blame Psyche for forgetting that this shit even exists. I do too from time to time. All this does is it increases your command card's damage by up to 500. It's just a flat damage boost. So like, again, another like min-maxy fucking mechanic that you can nerd yourself out. You can nerd out over if you really care about that. But again, this is not necessary for like 95% of the game. Yeah, that, and yeah, you don't get a lot of beast footprints, or like faux paws. I think it is that we call them. You don't get these a lot. These are kind of like gold foes, where like you need a lot of them, but you just don't get a whole ton of them. So yeah, like it takes a long ass time to collect enough faux paws to get any servant's command card. It was just one command card up to 500. So you're not really gonna think about this too much, especially not as a new player.
You can get one of these every 7 days by that unit a lot. You can put upgrade Holy Grails, which increases by 5 levels when used before level 90 and 2 levels after that. You can level to the absolute maximum of level 120, but it takes an absurd amount of resources and another currency called servant coins belonging to that respective servant. Now here's a new type of upgrade that not everyone was pleased with. With the introduction of servant coins,
since I don't know if he's going to mention Grails again, I'm surprised he didn't go. Well, technically, I think he covered the bare basics of grailing, or at least the most important bits. FGO is unique among gacha games to have something like this. Technically, it's not the only one. I think like Girls Frontline 1 and Azure Lane are the only two other gacha games that allow you to limit break your character's max level cap like this. But FGO takes it a step further because the sheer amount of investment it takes to level up a servant to 120 is hard to describe. Again, if you're a new age gacha player, you don't know the absolute horror that goes into that comes from doing something like this. Let me put it this way: the cost that the cost that you will have to incur getting a single servant to level 120, for the same cost, you could probably max level about like 10 other SSRs, probably even more. I think 10 is probably a low ball estimate, honestly, on my part. the investment to leveling any servant for that matter, to all the way to 120 is absurd. I honestly don't know why they did this, because this is an extremely whale thing to do. And I'll go into more detail why, because Psyche is about to explain servant coins, and servant coins has something to do with it. A lot to do with it, actually. But yeah, the grailing system is a double-edged sword, basically. Getting servants to 120 is a massive stat boost. It's hilarious how much extra stats servants get. Like, my 120 servants, I have seen them tank hits that they should have easily died from. Now, granted, they survive barely, but like most of the time, that's all you need. If a servant has enough stats to tank an attack that they should have died from, that's all that matters. Because sometimes them living or dying can make or break a challenge quest run, for example. Stats are extremely important in this game. FGO is definitely a gacha game where it's like, oh yeah, this is a game of inches and fucking centimeters, right? Every little bit counts. You never know when like your servant's having a little bit more health or a little bit more damage will come in clutch. That's just kind of how the game is. But that being said, the price you have to pay for these kind of stats, even if you're not even looking for the stats, you just want a 120 a servant because they're your waifu or husbando or some shit. I kind of wonder why Psyche's 120ing Melusine here, but hey, it's a free country. Yeah, it's tremendous. And I say this as somebody who's spent the better part of the last 7.5 years grinding the fuck out of this game. Level 120ing a servant in this game is truly on another level of grind. And it's something that I truly wish no other gacha game ever has to go through, or other gacha game players rather would be subjected to. Like, I can't imagine the fucking nuclear ass fallout that Hoyo players would fucking, like, we would be subjected to on social media if, one day MiHoYo turned and I'd be like, hey, we're going to include 120 hour game too, but guess what? It's going to take you fucking 3 years to do it. Well, it doesn't take quite that long, but still, it's going to certainly feel like it, especially the free-to-play players. But yeah, another good thing about one good thing about the grailing system though in this game is that you can, I think Psyche implied it earlier, but you can grail any servant to 120. So if your favorite character is a low rarity and you're kind of pissed off that, oh, they're a low rarity, I don't want them to be a low rarity. Well, guess what? You can use grails to fucking raise their ass up to 120, and you can even though their rarity itself doesn't change, they do get a fancy new border. And earlier, I think, yeah. So, for example, William Tell here is only a 3-star. However, when he gets to level 80, if you were to grail him, for example, up to level 80, he then gets a gold barrier, or a gold border, sorry. And that applies to all servants in the game, all low-rated characters in the game, even for bronze rarity characters. If you grail them up high enough, you will see their borders change from bronze to silver to gold. You can get them to 120 as well. And, if that's what you truly want to do, you can do it, and the game will let you. Even if it's not exactly the most stat-efficient thing you can do, but hey, grails aren't really used. You can play this game without having to grail for meta, though you certainly can. But it's not required, at least not for the vast majority of the game. Honestly, the only time that grail stats truly matters for farming, actually. Because the extra stats come in so clutch there, especially for 90++ nodes. But yeah, last thing about grailing that I want to mention here. Grailing is by far, in my opinion, gameplay-wise, or gameplay feature-wise, the best thing about FGO. Because grails, you use grails basically to say, fuck this game, I want this character to be Omega strong. And the game's like, alright, go ahead. Most gacha games these days don't let you do that, right? I mean, some gacha games like Girls Frontline and Azure Lane allow you to, like, marry your fucking characters, which is cool and all, right, for the parasocial boys out there, including myself. But the vast majority of gacha games do not allow you to level break or, like, limit break your max level for your characters. Like none of the new school gacha games that I play allow you to do. Well, actually no, Ether Gazer does that actually, as of recently. Think about like a couple months ago. So they're an exception. But the big Hoyo, the big gacha games, the big boys like the Hoyo games and Kuro and Wuwa certainly don't let you do something like that. And I think more gacha games should have something like this. Just not as fucking grindy, of course, but something like this where you have this ultra limited material, Holy Grails in FGO's case, and you have to be very careful. You have to pick and choose who you want to give that to, right? Who you want to pimp out the most because they're your favorite characters, right? I mean, honestly, you can think of Holy Grails as like FGO's version of a marriage system, right? Because you're supposed to only give Grails to the characters you really like. But again, if you want a Grail for stats, that's fine too. It's free country. But yeah, that's what I want to say about Grailing in this game.
Which increases
especially
by
the
5
120
levels
system.
when used before level 90 and 2 levels after that. You can level to the absolute maximum of level 120, but it takes an absurd amount of resources.
Absurd
and
is putting
currency
it lightly.
called servant coins belonging to that respective servant. Now here's a new type of upgrade that not everyone was pleased
Alright,
with.
Appen skills.
With the introduction of servant coins, you can also unlock something called append skills for each unit. Essentially just 3 new passive abilities to enhance them even more. Like starting each encounter with their MP gauge partially filled. These can be leveled to 10, same as normal skills, except you get servant coins by increasing their bond level or by pulling additional copies. As it currently stands, you actually can't get enough coins to unlock everything unless you pull additional copies above the maximum amount of MP levels for 4 and 5 stars. This wasn't a very popular move.
For more context, for 5 stars, this is where the MP6 shit came into play. And yes, I'm one of those people who fucking hates this shit, who hates the servant coin system. Most players do. I'd be surprised. I haven't met a single player who actually likes the servant coin system. The servant coin system is ass, and let me go into further detail why. Before the servant coin update and before the 120 update, the maximum level you could get your characters up to was level 100. You don't need to use any servant coins to get characters to 100 because level 100 used to be the absolute maximum level you could take your characters to. But 3 years, starting like 2-3 years ago on JP, they introduced the servant coin system and the level 120 system along with it because you need to use 30 servant coins, as you can see from this frame here, for every 2 levels you want to take a servant above 100. What that means is that if you want to completely max out, completely pimp out a 5-star servant, the most amount of copies you have to roll for them is no longer 5. It used to be 5 because obviously, since this game doesn't let you take a dupe, right? Well, not in most cases. Outside of support, that is. There's not really a point to having more than 1 copy of an MP5 servant, right? So you just roll the 5 and just call it a day, right? However, and that's what most of us FGO players are used to for like the vast majority of the game's life cycle, for like the first like 5-6 years or so, first 5, 6, 7 years or so. But with this servant coin update, now when we mathed out how many copies of a character you'd need, and now for 5-star characters, the maximum number of copies you have to roll goes from 5 to 6. Because if you only roll for an MP5 5-star servant, you don't get enough coins to give them everything. Level 120, all 3 Appen skills unlocked. You don't get enough. The maximum number of servant coins you can possibly get with only MP5 is 330 servant coins. You need 360 to do everything. Or is it 360? Something like that. Or no, 360 I believe is the maximum number, is just the servant coins you need to unlock all 3 Appens, because each of them costs like 120 fucking servant coins. And I believe it's what? 30 coins per level, so another 300. So yeah, it's 660 servant coins total. You only get 630. You are missing 30. You have to get that other 30 somehow, so you have to roll for another copy. I don't know why they designed the game this way, or designed the system this way. I think it's fucking ass. Who was it? Psyche might actually mention this later, but Lazingle talked about like implementing like some sort of universal servant coin system. It's either them or the players keep talking about how they want one. That hasn't shown up yet, and it's been like 2 or 3 years ever since we first got this whole fucking servant coin bullshit system. So Where is it, Lozingle? We're still fucking waiting. But yeah, this is what we have to deal with in the meantime. So, I guess FGO wanted to do its own Genshin Impact fucking cosplay, I guess, where you have to roll 7 copies and max out a fucking character into Hoyo games. That, and I'm assuming Sony had something to do with it. It was like, oh yeah, we want FGO to make more money, so figure something out, I guess. So this is what Lozingle came up with or something, I don't know. To be fair, you don't have to roll for MP6. That's only if you want to, like again, pimp out your absolute favorite servants. The append skills themselves are not very necessary either. You have to level servants' base skills. Their base skills are always going to be more important, mainly because the append skills are universal skills for the most part. The first 2, I think for all 5 append skills actually, the first 2 and the last 2 are the same for all servants in the game. It doesn't matter who, they're all the same. The third skill is the one that's slightly different, but it boils down to like, oh, like these servants do more damage against this class, which is for the most part a giant meme. Because you would think that that third append skill would give them bonus damage against who they're actually good against, as like who their class is good against, but no, it's like against a random ass fucking neutral class. It's like, okay, sure. When the fuck are we ever going to use this willingly? I mean, there are some times, to be sure, but, like, it's not something you think about most of the time. There are exceptions, of course. There are some, like, for example, foreigners. Abigail comes to mind, who actually does have a very useful third skill, because it gives her bonus damage against berserkers. So, you know, more foreigner privilege, I guess. It's kind of weird to say about a Japanese game. But, yeah, that's how those work. But, again, those are exceptions. Well, the other meme exception is with berserkers, whose third append skills are fucking useless for the most part. So where they get extra crit chance resist against certain classes, which is one of the most useless things I've ever heard of in FGO. It's so fucking stupid, man. So yeah, you don't have to roll for all 3 of their you don't have to unlock all 3 of their appends. It's purely optional. So if you don't want to fucking MP6 a character because you think that's stupid like the rest of us do, then yeah, you can just roll for MP5 and just call it a day. It's only if you really give a shit about, excuse me, if you really give a shit about, like, you know, showing off your favorite waifus or husbandos or some shit.
Since the game essentially increased the level of grind you have to do for each servant without actually offering any kind of new significant content. You're not forced to do it by any means, but you'll have to live with the fact that what used to be the theoretical maximum now has its bar raised, and your beloved level 100 servant is no longer performing at their absolute best. Lastly, there are...
So again, allow me to repeat that grailing is, well, did I already say this before? In case I didn't say it before, I'll say it now. Grailing is purely optional in FGO. You do not need to grail anybody. Let me just make that clear. If you're good enough at this game, which most people, to be fair, aren't, or at least I wouldn't consider most people to know what the fuck they're doing in this game. However, grailing that does not change the fact that grailing is still purely optional. Again, you use grailing, at least the way I see it and how it's always traditionally been. You use grailing as a way to pimp out your favorite characters. Because again, FGO doesn't really have a marriage system. This is the closest thing we have to it. It just happens to have a significant gameplay impact as well, because, you know, your grailed servants get a whole ton of stats along with it, and that's actually very impactful, like I mentioned earlier. So yes, grailing is purely optional. You do not have to do it. You should, because otherwise you're just letting your grail just kind of go to waste. If you're just kind of doing what Psyche does, and you're just kind of hoarding like almost 30 of them, and like, what the fuck are you even doing with them? But hell, hey, if you don't want to use them, then that's your decision. You don't have to use them. You know, I'm not going to be your typical Hoyotard and start screaming about how you're not using your materials, your resources properly. Kind of ironic, given that it's the Hoyotards I'm talking about. But yeah, don't take, I think what Psyche is saying here about how, you know, he's talking about how, oh, your characters aren't performing at their absolute best anymore. It's a little misleading, because again, grails were never required to begin with, as long as you know what you're doing in this game, or you at least have a good enough idea of what you're doing. Again, for the third or fourth time, you only do it if you absolutely love a particular servant. Or hey, like again, I say you could grail for stats. So if you have one servant that you just really like playing, maybe they're not quite waifu or husbando, but hey, you like playing them. right? Or they're just a really, really strong meta character, then there's nothing wrong with grailing their asses too. Because again, the grail stats are one hell of a drug. So yeah, just wanted to clear up any potential misunderstandings that might come out of what Psyche just said about, oh, your servants aren't performing at their maximum level again. And I would argue that 120s are definitely optional. Like maybe you can argue, oh, you might want to have some level 100 servants. That's fine, sure, I can go with that. I can handle that, but you don't need to go to 120. It's not mandatory. It's just there if you're a big enough dumbass like me to waste enough money to take a servant all the way that far. But hey, us gacha players are all fucking retarded somehow or in some ways. So hey, it fits us at least. But yeah, it's not necessary. Don't take Psyche's comment there as like a true downside to FGO. As like, oh, I have to grail servants. No, you don't. Not to mention, again, as I mentioned before, the grind to get servants to 120 is fucking absurd. And if you don't believe me and you try doing it yourself, you will quickly realize if you're not cut out for it, you'll quickly realize, oh god, how much resources is gonna cost me. And yeah, that'll teach you real fucking quick that yeah, you don't have to 120 servants. You just do not.
Bond levels, which functionally doesn't change much gameplay-wise, but unlocks new voice lines in the menu. At bond level 10, you get a unique bond CE for that servant, but this is widely debated as a questionable mechanic since the stats on that CE is fixed and gimped to provide less bonuses than a normal CE. The majority of them are not used, but there are some that are pretty good. An easy solution is to just add the effects of the CE as an additional passive ability, but that would actually...
I think that's what they even suggest. I think I hear, but was I hearing this wrong? They might actually be doing that in JP as of late. But yeah, that's how it's always should have been. More context on the Bond Cs. Most Bond Cs in the game suck. This is like supposed to be like the unique equipment, as other gacha games would call it, the unique equipment of like servants, right? It's supposed to be like a reward for players who have taken the bond levels, who have grinded with several servants like long enough. That's essentially what it is. And yes, some bond CEs are nice, Herc Snow Castle, for instance. But the vast majority of bond crafts in the game are complete dog shit. It's hot dog shit. And yeah, Psyche did bring up a good point. I liked how Psyche brought up the stats. A level 100 5-star craft essence gives you up to 2,000 or for some 2,400 attack. Yeah, compared to only 100. Yeah, bond craft essences are fucking dog shit. Again, you'd only ever use like some of them, and even then like only some of the time. So for most players, you will never use bond craft essences. This is not something you should work towards. Honestly, the sync quartz you get from each individual bond level increase is probably more valuable than the bond craft essence itself.
Than a normal CE. The majority of them are not used, but there are some additional passive ability past level 10, but doing so requires a lantern of end.
One last thing about bond craft essences. I also think that Lozangle should put in more effort into like actually making them good, because most bond craft essence passives are dog shit for a reason. They're just not very good. Some of them don't even match the servants that they come with, right? DPS servants get like bond craft essences that give them like a support buff. Like, why the fuck would they want to do that? Like, that's not their job. Some DPSs, sure, maybe it might work on them, but a lot of the other ones, no. Like, a lot of their bond craft essence effects don't make much sense, if any at all. So just another reason why bond CEs are hot dog shit.
Can increase the bond past level 10, but doing so requires a Lantern of Chaldea, which is given out rather infrequently.
We call those bond grails, and yes, they are very rare. They are quite rare, yeah. It was actually a controversial topic over in JP, where JP players actually want the developers to give them more bond grails because that's how rare they were, at least in the beginning.
These are the ways you can beef up servants. When you complete daily quests and through other means, you get a currency called Mana Prisms, which can be spent in the monthly shop rotation for resources. When you pull an additional copy of a servant that is max limit broken, that is also a 4 or 5 star, you get units of Rare Prism.
Normally, free-to-plays won't get a lot of these, but they occasionally give a few during events and campaigns. You can also set a friend.
More about those gold mana prisms, or the... What are they called again? I forgot what they were called because I haven't used these in a while. Oh, actually, no, I did use some of them recently, but because of Rare Prism Shop. I remembered its name because of the shop. How ironic. These rare prisms, the yellow cubes, these are usually very rare for free to plays, like Psyche said. Normally, the only way you can get them is by burning extra copies of gold servants that you don't need anymore. So if you burn 4-star servants, you get 1 rare prism. I think if you burn 5 stars, you get 3 or something like that. So yes, it's an extremely whale currency. That's actually another currency that I'm sure he'll talk about later. That's even more whale, but this is like the entry level whale currency for this game. Again, you only get it by burning extra copies of gold servants that you don't want or that you don't need anymore. And it was only somewhat recently that free-to-plays got the ability to get rare prisms too, literally every now and then, by getting 5 copies of a new welfare servant. Welfare servants is a term that we use to describe characters that the game gives to us for free, and they come from events, hence welfare. And if you're a long time player, let's just say if you've been playing the game for long enough and you play like a rerun event, assuming FGO even does those anymore these days, if you farm those extra copies of the welfare event and you already have that welfare unit, then that's when the game gives you free rare prisms, up to 4, I believe, 1 for each copy, or is it 5? I forget. Maybe it's all 5. But again, assuming you already have the welfare servant, that's the only time.
But they occasionally give a few during events
and that's really bad too, because there's some really good stuff in Rare Prism Shop. Some mystic codes that I would highly recommend people pick up, like for example, Anniversary Blonde is one of the better mystic codes in the game, and a couple other things that Rare Prism Shop actually is usually meant to give players an opportunity to buy stuff that was in the game before, but they missed because they weren't playing the game back then. So it's basically like a previous content shop. You can think of it like that. Problem is, it requires a fucking whale-ass currency to buy shit from.
Campaigns. You can also set a friend support list for other players to use, equipped with their own CEs.
I know this is just me nitpicking and me being a fucking uber FGO nerd, but these skill levels.
Uses your servants, you get friend points or FP, which can be used to pull on the FP Gacha. We will go over that in due time though. Now, progression at FGO can be a bit weird. If we exclude the daily farming nodes for Embers or QP, the ideal way to gain these resources efficiently is by just waiting for specific events that have better drop rates, such as raids or lotto events. Now, this is fine, except this game is primordial and there's no quick farm or sweep function. You could painstakingly do each level the normal way, but there is a better method. From community efforts, you can do something called 3-turn farming, where if you have a compatible damage dealer and a meta support, and if you bring another meta support from your front list, the idea is that since buffs last 3 turns, and there are usually 3 waves of enemies, if there's a way to use a damage dealing NP every turn for 3 turns, you could beat the level with minimum effort and clear time. As of now, there are multiple ways to achieve this, with each of the 3 card types, though quick is a little bit scuffed. You'll have to wait until one of these meta
let me hold off. Let me see if he mentions multi-core.
Supports go on rate up, but getting one of them can make your life significantly easier. Even with 3-turn farming, because you're generally going to use...
Okay, I'm going to assume he's not going to mention multi-core. So how farming works in this game, because the game is 90% farming, is pretty much what Psyche mentioned here, or what he talked about here. You take what we call meta support servants. We used to call them casters because he used to be mainly from the caster class, but we've since gotten meta supports from other classes too, like rulers and pretenders, and other places too, I think. And you roll for 1 copy of a meta servant yourself, and then you take a support, because most battles in FGO require you to take a support servant. It's not optional; you have to take one. So because of that, we players back in the day were like, all right, we might as well abuse the support system then. So that's the only way you can reliably double up on a servant. And usually you double up on a support servant because support servants have some of the best farming skills in the game. Or just some of the best buffs in the game, period. Not even just for farming. A lot of them are also critical for challenge quests too. Castoria, for example. And that's how you farm FGO optimally. FGO, I'm surprised Psyche didn't mention this. Maybe he implied it, but he didn't mention it directly. FGO does not have auto. You are farming everything the good old-fashioned way, by fucking hand. Now, there is a third-party app, well, not app, but like some sort of software or something like that, basically a macro, that you can download called FGA if you don't want to fucking deal with that. And I don't blame you. I used to originally back when FGA first came out, I was pretty elitist, and I was like, ew, why would you want to use FGA, like a macro to farm? You're not farming this game. You're not playing this game, quote, properly, because obviously, you know, using a macro to play a gacha game is kind of fucking silly. That, and obviously it's not intended by developers. But with how dog shit FGO is and how much it hasn't changed, I don't blame people who want to use FGA for this. Just don't brag about how many fucking lottery boxes you farm because you didn't put in that effort yourself, you dipshit. Anyways, you can do that. But outside of that, no, you're going to have to farm this game the old-fashioned way, manually, by hand, every single turn. And so, yeah, even like all the way back in year one, people realized this was like, okay, how do we min-max farming? Right, because this game has a ton of farming. I don't think people want to just sit there and just press buttons for literally 20 minutes at a time. Because if you don't 3-turn farm, literally your battles might take up to like 15-20 minutes apiece. And nobody wants to do that, especially not these days. So we came up with 3-turn farming. Well, I say we, but Wales came up with 3-turn farming back in the day, because it used to be that before we got the meta supports, if you wanted 3-turn farm, you had to have this craft essence called Kaleidoscope, because if you limit break it, it gives you 100% MP charge right away at the start of the fight. That is absolutely absurdly broken in a game where if you don't have Kaleidoscope, all your servants, or if you don't have another craft essence that gives you starting charge, your servants start at 0, and you have to build up their MPs the old-fashioned way. So obviously you can see how much of a time saver it is for people to just start their servants with 100% MP, just fire them off immediately. It has gotten significantly easier though over the years, because the whole point of the meta servants, the meta support servants, is so that you don't have to have Kaleidoscope anymore, right? The meta support servants have made 3-turn farming a much more universal. So now many more people can do it, even free-to-plays, if they get lucky enough to roll like the meta servants at least, or the meta support servants at least. So it is an improvement, but the fact that you still can't auto FGO naturally, like it's not a built-in thing, and the fact that you need to specifically roll for servants who can unlock that potential for you is garbage. There's no other way to put it. It's hot dog shit. I've never liked how this game was structured, but you know, that's what we had to work with, so it's the best we got, outside of, like, just autoing the fucking game. Hell, even if you do decide to use FGA, you still want a 3-turn anyway, because macros are still pretty finicky in this game. Oh, well, I hear FGA uses, image recognition, so maybe you can still farm without 3 turns, but still, you don't want to do that.
User AP apples for these events, it's still going to take quite a while to tap away and use up all of it. And you technically don't have to do this, but because the value of these raids and lotto events are so huge, this is what the community would generally advise you to do for progression.
Yes, lottery events are the most efficient farming events in the game. That and raids. Reason why is because how lotteries work, for those who are not familiar, lotteries work something like this. An event comes out, you get a set of nodes. There are actually 2 different lotteries, actually, so I'm going to have to go over both. The first type is the autumn, what I call the autumn lotteries, because traditionally they usually came out during fall, like as in the season. And those lotteries, those are much more straightforward. Those are technically the better ones, because they give you the best farming node right away, and it's split up into 3 rotations. So the lottery event typically goes for 2 weeks, usually less than that, maybe like 12 days or something. Each rotation lasts for like 4 days, let's say, and then each of those rotations has like the last node is like usually the best node that you can farm. in order to farm the most amount of lottery currency, which you use to exchange for lottery boxes or the materials inside the lottery boxes. And that's how the autumn lotteries work. The Christmas lotteries work a little differently, and they're overall worse in my opinion. Is that instead of giving you the best node right away and being split up into rotations, it like ramps up, because most Christmas events, or Christmas lottery events rather, they usually come out in JP, and they're intended to like coincide with Christmas. Like they try to make it like, oh, seasonally appropriate and shit like that. They do that. They do cute stuff like that sometimes. Anyways, for Christmas lotteries, because they don't give you the best farming node right away, you have to basically wait. It's either you wait or you're forced to farm the intentionally worst ones. For Omega whale farmers like me and the boys, we farmed everything anyway. Because the idea is that you want to farm enough of Christmas lottery so that you get enough lottery CE drops to have plus 12 when you go into the best node. So we just farmed everything anyway. All manually by hand, of course. No all organic natural farming. No GMO macros involved. Anyways, so yeah, that's the other lottery style. And whichever style you're talking about, in a lottery event, all event nodes will give you a certain number of lottery currency drops. It depends on the event. It's called different stuff, but it's basically the lotto box CE, the currency. And you use, again, like I said before, you use that currency to roll boxes, and that's where that's the real juice lies. Because lottery boxes, the reason why lotteries are so good is because those boxes are guaranteed materials. Again, in a game where all material drops are RNG, so you can kind of see why they're so good, right? It's guaranteed progress, pretty much. And yeah, not to mention those boxes have a ton of stuff in them. QP, skill gems, which is the biggest one. Four, I think up to 7 different materials. 4 of them that come directly from the box, and then 3 more that you can pick from. Pick one of, because they give you these days lotteries give you like tickets that you can exchange for particular materials that you can pick how much you want of in case you need some of them. But 4 materials you just get assuming you roll out the entire box, you just get all those 4. And the more boxes you farm, the more shit you get. And so lotteries they're an excellent source of all the materials you could possibly want in the game. QP, experience embers, skill gems, and these are normally things that are pretty tough to farm just naturally. And so yeah, lotteries are by far the best farming events in the game. The second best farming event is they're called raids. They kind of work like as you'd expect. Sometimes they have like global HP bars, like the APOC raids did. But yeah, the reason why the raids are so good is because usually they end one turn. Because all raid fights is you go up against a single enemy, or like maybe just one turn, one wave of enemies. All you gotta do is just kill them. That's it, right? You don't have to worry about anything else. So they go by really fast. Lotteries are still more efficient though, because they do give you a lot of stuff that the raids don't give. Obviously, raids don't give well, sometimes they do, but not as fast as lotteries anyway. But raids are still really, really nice. Raids are actually technically better for farming bond on servants and Mystic Code XP. I remember I was able to grind my Atlas Mystic Code, not Atlas, Lost Belt Mystic Code, the first one we got with Lost Belt 1, in like under a month, thanks to these APOC raids here. And I streamed a lot of it too. Maybe some of those streams still survive to this day, so you can see how that went. But yeah, I still remember doing that shit. So raids are also really, really good. But lotteries are like number one farming event style in the game. And sorry for interrupting, Psyche. That's why we tell people, yeah, just save your shit for a lottery in case there's one around the corner. I would still advise people to farm regular events anyway, still, because there's still a decent amount. There's still a decent source of like just materials in general, of course. So obviously, you don't want to skip an event. But if you're like hoarding apples for a specific event, you really want to save them for raids or lotteries, one of those two. Whichever one you think has stuff that you really need or like if we don't get like raids, or if we don't get like one farming event type for a while, but we have another one coming up, you can just, you know, dump all your apples on that instead.
Is 2 years behind JP, you can literally predict which events will come out at roughly what time and prepare for them.
The
Progression
clairvoyance
is the least of FGO's concerns. I know there's some quality of life features missing, like auto farm or fusion mechanics to craft certain materials, but the grind is pretty par for the course for a gacha game. It gets a within expectations rating from me. In terms of
let me hear him out first.
progression alone, I think it's fine, but the idea for waiting for specific events to progress faster is admittedly quite unique in the gacha space, but I don't think it's deserving of a failing grade. Okay, so that last portion you just heard there was the original version of the script.
Here we go.
However, now that the 9th anniversary announcements have come out, an egregious thing they did was adding
Okay, he's just gonna talk about the other two servant coin shit. So before he talks about that, I'm surprised Psyche gave this the grind part of FGO within expectations. Seems like he's a tougher cookie than I expected, especially given that he started with Genshin fucking Impact. So credit where credit is due, Mr. Psyche. You certainly are a tough nut to crack. However, I would just like to say, Psyche is an exception. It seems like it seems like he can handle a fair bit of grinding himself. It's either that or he's never bothered grinding FGO to like the levels that me and other people have. I'm not saying that as like a superiority thing. It's just that I'm surprised he hasn't gotten the same sense as I did, because like you grind this game at least for a little bit and you kind of get a sense of like, damn, this game is fucking like horrid in terms of like from like a grinding perspective. So I'm very surprised he gave this a within expectations grade. I'm gonna have to chalk that up to just Mr. Psyche just being built different from the rest of the fucking Hoyotards. But for most other players, I do want to warn you, in case you ever think about fucking picking up this fucking dog shit game. Like, unless you are just you are one with the grind, like you're the one of those weird motherfuckers who like how should I say this? You enjoy like the deep grind of a gacha. That sounds very weird, I know. So you know, try not to take it out of context. But if you just enjoy like just sitting down, just turn off your brain, just grinding. Some people are like that, myself included, which is why I grind this game so goddamn much. Then sure, you might be able to handle it, to handle the grind that FGO demands out of you. But most gacha players, especially these days, they will not be able to handle this. They will not be able to handle this game. So while Mr. Psyche himself, and I know he's emphasized that this is just his review, this is just a warning for everyone else out there who doesn't play FGO and you have been grinding gacha games like a fucking addict for the past fucking 7 years or something. Just know that FGO's grind should not be within expectations. It should be far worse than most other gachas you play. Most modern gacha games these days, whatever kind of grind they have, does not compare to any of the bullshit that old school gacha games demand out of you. It's just not even a question. It's not even a contest. It's so bad grinding old school gachas. Like gacha games that came out before 2019, just to throw out a random date there. Well, it's not random, but I would say before 2019, 2020. Yeah, gacha games that came out before then, yeah, their grinds are something, man. Most of them, anyway. I'm sure there are some old school gachas that, you know, have like uncharacteristically more generous grind or not as much grind, but you know, all the old school gachas I play were incredibly grindy back in the day. Some of them still are. FGO. So yeah, I'm quite surprised. I'm surprised that the only problem that Psyche has, the only problem is that what is it? He doesn't like how like some events. Well, maybe he doesn't like it, but he's just kind of surprised that FGO's style of event farming is basically just wait for certain events to show up and just grind your ass off there. Yeah, I don't quite agree with that either. I think that all events should have relatively equal amounts of grind. Like you don't have to like specifically save for one event or another, because again, that's like information that you wouldn't have as a new player. If nobody told you how good lottery events were, if you'd have no idea. Maybe you'd get an idea if you actually start playing some lotteries and be like, oh, I've noticed that I got a lot more shit from these lottery events. Maybe I should save my resources, my apples and stuff, for these particular kinds of events. And even then, you'd be screwed because FGO only does like 2, or these days only 1 lottery a fucking year. So yeah, you get screwed either way. Unless, of course, you have clairvoyance. But if you're a new player, you're not really gonna know you're not really gonna know how to use that clairvoyance. So yeah, hats off to Mr. Psyche. I thought he would score this in like this category, or like below expectations, I suppose. Just keeping with the naming convention here. I guess he can grind quite a bit. So color me surprised. But yeah, I would, just for a general review. Instead of just Mr. Psyche's own specific review, I would score FGO's grind as well below expectations. Again, for the last time, hopefully. Y'all Hoyotards don't know what true grind looks like. Not until you've played an old school game.
I think it's fine, but the idea for waiting for don't think it's a version of the script. However, now that the 9th anniversary announcements have come out, an egregious thing they did was adding 2 new append skills. One that increases the crit damage, and another that literally reduces the cooldown of a unit's skills for 1 time. This is actually kind of a big deal. From my 2 years of playing, I never really gave it that much thought, since 1 copy of an SSR is enough to unlock 1 append skill, and typically it wouldn't be that big of a bonus anyways, and I was willing to give it a pass. Now though, this has changed. If we assume that no changes are made to the servant coin system, this makes it so that if you want to max out a servant, you literally have to pull multiple copies of them to do so. I understand there's usually a way for players to limit break units in a gacha game for more power, but this is too much. Not only are the limit breaks more desirable than before, you have to spend more resources and time grinding away at it. I will touch on the 9th anniversary announcements again near the end of the video. I was originally going to bump down the rating, but given they were able to respond to the situation by allowing you to transfer an append skill in place of another, it's at least something. I don't know if any changes will come to the servant coin system. It hasn't done so for the past 2 years. I'll stick with the original rating, but just know this is teetering very close.
Okay, I believe that's the end of that progression section. So yes, recently, I think within the past year, because the A4, A5 include updates was within the last year, I think. Yeah, I mean, he said so himself, 9th anniversary, so yeah, it was literally half a year ago. Yeah, that... I mentioned earlier, or if you recall, I mentioned earlier that the servant coin system is pretty bullshit. Even though at the end of the day, it is, at least in its current state, and before the A4, A5 update, they were pretty optional. I guess, technically speaking, you could still say that they're optional. Again, NA doesn't have them yet, so I don't have an idea, because I don't play JP. I don't have a good enough idea of how impactful they are, but just hearing them, it's like, oh yeah, these are you know, these are gonna be fun, not in a good way. Mainly the A4 technically is not needed. A4 is definitely more situational, because obviously you don't really care about unlocking more crit damage on a character who doesn't really have a crit who doesn't really crit very much. What you have to understand is that in FGO, a lot of DPSs like they don't like turn into crit DPS. This isn't like new age gacha games like Hoyo plus Wuwa, Hoyo plus Kuro, where it's like, oh yeah, all the characters in the game just have this like crit rate, crit damage like stat line, and it's like, oh, like they have this chance to crit with any attack. It doesn't work like that in FGO. For servants to turn into crits, or if you want DPSs to turn into crits, either they have to have kits that allow for critting or allow for a crit DPS style to begin with. So if their skills have crit weight buffs or crit damage buffs, even crit weight buffs are the more important one though, because those are rare, or those are less common, I should say. Or if you have craft essences that specifically DPS can take and gives them crit weight, and crit damage buffs. Again, crit weight buffs are the more important ones because that's what controls like how often they get more of your crit star pool whenever you generate crit stars. I could go into how fucking crit stars work and how the distribution works, but that would push my video to like 5 hours long. Am I even kidding about that? This video is already 4 hours long, and I'm barely even covered a third of this video yet. So yeah, I'm gonna have to end it here, or after I finish the last thought here. So yeah, the A4, which is crit damage, is optional. Again, it's nice for mainly crit DPSs. But again, maybe not most, but a lot of DPSs out there don't rely on crits. I mean, would it surprise you to know that they rely on their NPs instead? That and NPs can't crit, so just for farming, their crit damage is completely useless. What isn't useless, however, is their A5. A5 is hilariously impactful for farming because there are a lot of skills out there that have very low cooldowns. And what that basically means is that if you combo them with other tools that you might have, you can basically double up on a lot of skills, even triple up depending on your setup. At least I'm pretty sure you can. And that has some pretty significant farming implications. So the fact that, appens are unlocked with servant coins, and the easiest way to get servant coins is by rolling for extra copies of them from Gacha. You can see how that's a kind of a fucking big problem. Again, Lozangle, hilariously, when even the GP players were fucking furious about this from what I understand. And so Lozangle was like, oh, our bad, dude, like, you know, the caught emoji on Twitch in Twitch chat, in 7TV chat. Caught, our bad, dudes. And so that's why they put out the announcement of like, okay, we'll let you like bump my mic there. We'll let you transfer your app and skills, right? If you've already unlocked one, you can basically be like, okay, we're gonna, you can close that one, but you can open up another one, right? One of your A4 or some shit like that. So it's like, okay, sure. Acceptable trade-off for now. But yeah, because Mr. Psyche emphasized earlier in the segment that, you know, it's like, oh, now with 120 you have to, now you're like, oh, you have to deal with the knowledge that they're no longer, your level 100 servants are no longer like at the top of the food chain, right? They're not as powerful as they could be. So it's kind of so I understand why Psyche sees that as like a very negative thing. Now, if you want your servant to be as powerful as possible, you got to spend more money, pretty much. And yeah, I agree too. It should not work this way. And earlier I mentioned the shit about how, oh yeah, Lozangle hasn't done, they haven't mentioned anything about universal servant coins. Yeah. Still no mention of that, by the way. It's been 2-3 years. Where are they, Lozangle? Hurry the fuck up. You know, that emote from 7TV too. Hurry it up. Hurry the fuck up. Like, where are they? So yeah, completely justified, even for Mr. Psyche, who, you know, obviously isn't as big of a FGO veteran as me. Even he knows that this Appen stuff is kind of bullshit. Like, for now, it's like, okay, at least we have a way to deal with it, but guaranteed if the JP bros did not say some shit about it, Lozangle would try to get away with, like, not having to do anything to remedy the situation. Or, I know I blame Lozangle a lot, but honestly, I blame Sony. I personally blame Sony for a lot of the shit that Lozangle's going through. Mainly because I give Lozangle, the developers, the benefit of the doubt that they're just trying their best, right? Another reason why I say that is because, or I haven't given any reasons for that yet, so I can't say another one. The main reason for that is because, FGO, I always got the sense that in FGO, you don't have to fucking massively whale. I did it because I was a dumbass, and I just wanted to be a collector. I just wanted to get everybody, right? But if you're not a collector type, if you're not like an uber nerd at FGO like I am, you don't have to roll for like multiple copies of a character, even in an old school gacha game like FGO, because FGO, unlike a lot of other gacha games, has a pretty deep skill ceiling, or pretty high skill ceiling. And unlike Star Rail, And the reason for that is because it's got a lot of mechanics. It's got a lot of obscure mechanics that the game should explain to you, but it's not impossible to learn them. But you do have to kind of be a big part of the community, or at least be involved in the community in a big way to like really learn and grasp like how it is exactly you play this game at a high level. Yeah, high level is implying that gacha games take skill. Omega lol. They don't, but some do take more skill than others, at least. I'll say that much. And FGO is one of them. And the more you learn about FGO and the better you play, the less reliant you become on like extra copies of characters. That much I will stand by. I mean, yeah, just go look at other FGO content creators, YouTubers, streamers even, who do like low rarity runs and can clear challenge quests just fine that way. Or maybe not fine, maybe just they barely scrape by, but it's possible. That's the important part. And if they can do it, you can too. What else can I say? So yeah, anyways, back to my original point of FGO not being too whale despite its reputation and like how it's gacha and like, you know, MP levels give you more damage and shit like that. Besides those things, FGO, even from like a developer perspective or just for seeing what developers were trying to do, FGO always gave me a sense of oh yeah, developers don't want to make this game like super obviously like pandering to whales, or like, you know, they're trying their best to make it look like, oh, you know, we're trying to keep our whales on the down low and shit like that. So that's why personally, that's why the 120 system to me was such a shock, because like this is there's no way there's if I can English because I'm so fucking, you know, triggered. There's no way around this. This is a fucking whale ass system. Like, if you want access to more perks, basically, even if they're not the most, the most impactful perks, the A2 though, however, is A2 is absolutely fucking essential. Across the entire game, just even starting with the bonus 20% MP for free, is immensely important. So A2 is absolutely critical. A1 and A3 is you know, debatable. Those you don't have to unlock, but A2 absolutely. But hey, we have one append skill, even ignoring A4 and A5. We at least have one append skill that is critical to your gameplay, to your setups and shit like that. So just that alone, that still gives FGO this undeniable, like irremovable, like blemish on its mark that, oh, it's not you don't have to whale in this game, because now it sort of feels like, yeah, you kind of do. To be fair, technically, you don't have to whale just to unlock the A2, because every bond level above 5 does give you some more servant coins. Is it enough to unlock an append skill, though? You might have to bond grail them, actually, if they're only at MP1, which fucking blows, but... actually, no, you still can get their... You still can unlock their A2, yeah, because I have MP1 5-star servants of my own recently, and I've been able to unlock their A2s, actually, because I forgot that even your first copy of a servant gives you servant coins, and yeah, you just need to get them to bond 6, because bond 6 will give you... is it bond 6? No, maybe it's like bond 8 or 9. 7, 8, something like that, and they'll give you a handful more coins, and that should be enough to unlock their A2. So yeah, actually, yeah, technically speaking, the appends on their own are okay, but yeah, it's the sense that Lozengo is trying to bait people into rolling more copies of servants than they needed to, at least compared to before, how it was before. That's what I don't like, and I think that's what Psyche is kind of getting at here. And if he is, he's certainly not wrong. Yeah. It's just like, we already have to roll for 5, now 6 copies of them. Now, why do we have to fucking farm more? Or why do we have to fucking roll for more? Like, 8 even. 7 or 8 even. Like, it's ridiculous. And yeah, the whole, whenever they decide to implement their servant coin system, depending on, or universal servant coin system, depending on, you know, how generous that is, we'll see how it is when it does come out, if it ever will. Then yeah, it would, you know, sort of alleviate our issues. How much of it would it alleviate? We'd have to see. But they haven't mentioned it ever since fucking 2-3 years ago. Hell, maybe they've never even mentioned it themselves. Maybe this is just something that the JP players made up. It does as like an assumption that, oh yeah, Lozengo is going to give us universal servant coins. But they haven't yet. It's been 2 or 3 years. Where the fuck are they? So yeah, just I'm actually again. Biggest point from this segment is that I'm actually fairly surprised that he doesn't think FGO's grind is too bad. Actually, I mean, he may actually think it's pretty bad, but as far as like his gacha review goes, yeah, maybe it legitimately is within expectations. I will say though that, you know, obviously him only playing FGO for 2.5 years, he has not grinded this game as much as I have. Technically, you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to grind the game as much as I do, but even still. Even if we're talking about individual characters, I would still say that like max investing into a single servant at FGO takes a lot longer than like maxing out a character in most other like modern gacha games. And yeah, I still stand by my statement that most new age gacha players will have a hard time adjusting to FGO's grind if they were to ever play FGO. Not that they ever will, but you know, if they ever do. Anyways, that was 4 hours of me just constantly yapping. Holy shit. I'll probably just throw this video up in its entirety without editing anyway. So yeah, and I only covered a third of Mr. Psyche's review video. God damn. Anyways, I'm going to cut the video here. I will come back, what, like tomorrow or something, my time? Or me recording this, in the sense of me recording this. I'll come back tomorrow and record the next third of this video, assuming that I'll even be able to make it that far. And yeah, look forward to the second third of my review of Psyche's review, the review of the review video. So thanks for watching, everybody. In case you guys enjoyed what I had to ramble about FGO and Psyche's review of it, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe. And yeah, join me for streams if you want to talk about FGO or Psyche or other gacha reviews in general. So appreciate you guys, for those of you who stuck around for the past 4 hours. My God. And yeah, truly appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with me. And we'll see you guys in the next third of my review of the review series for Psyche's FGO review. Peace, guys. See you next time.